A photograph, a single photograph, taken carelessly, shared without thought, was enough to unravel a life. It began with a boy named Shen Youchu, quiet and brilliant, drawn into a rumor that would shadow him for years. And at the center of it all stood another boy, our narrator, who took that picture to please someone he thought he loved. He turned away when she called his name. Liu Ruyan, restless, hungry for an audience, had already crossed the room, snatching his phone before he could stop her. She moved back toward the girls with a performer's confidence. She had something to show them. She had seen Shen Youchu, she whispered, entering a hotel with an older man. The girls gasped. Some doubted, but doubt fades quickly when there is a photograph to confirm it. Shen Youchu sat reading at his desk, unaware of what was circling him. The class already knew the shape of his life: a single mother, a bank job, a household held together by quiet dignity. And now Liu Ruyan was connecting the wrong dots. An older man, a hotel, a beautiful but struggling family. The classroom filled with whispers. One girl with glasses said she didn't believe it, but the photo was right there in Liu Ruyan's hand. She wrapped her words in false sympathy, pitying the boy she was destroying. What she truly could not stand was anyone who outshone her. She opened the photo album, ready to present her evidence. But the narrator moved first. He took the phone from her hand. Liu Ruyan turned on him, furious. He didn't flinch. He remembered the last time he had done nothing. That silence had turned a joke into a wound that never fully healed. He would not make the same mistake twice. He stood at the edge of the room, not entirely sure he was the only one willing to act. But he knew he was the only one who already understood the cost of looking away. Liu Ruyan spun toward the class, her voice rising. She accused him of protecting Shen Youchu because he had feelings for him. The accusation landed like a spark. The whole room turned. Even Shen Youchu looked up. The narrator laughed it off, calm, unhurried, and turned the question back on her with a sharpness that left her stumbling for words. Liu Ruyan's composure collapsed. She had entered this confrontation expecting easy victory. Instead, she found herself outmaneuvered in front of an audience she had wanted to command. Her anger burned bright and useless as the class watched the humiliation unfold. Afterward, Su Hongjie, his best friend, perceptive as ever, sidled up with questions. He had noticed everything. The narrator brushed him off, tucking the Nokia into his bag. He was done with Liu Ruyan. In his previous life, he had made that mistake. Let her pull him off course. He would not repeat it. There were more important things now, bigger plans, a different future to build. He had made a decision that most people his age would never think to make. He was going to get rich, not someday, now. With the knowledge of a life already lived, he had already begun planning the path forward, quietly, methodically, while the world around him moved at its ordinary pace. The next morning, the classroom settled into routine. Shen Youchu noticed the narrator had not completed his homework. Without a word, he slid his own notebook across the desk, an act of quiet, uncomplicated generosity. Su Hongjie watched this from the side and immediately began constructing theories. He had decided, with no real evidence, that Shen Youchu was in love. Su Hongjie laid out his case with the confidence of a man who has already concluded the verdict. Shen Youchu called everyone else by their full name. He called the narrator by a nickname. He refused to let anyone else copy his work, but had handed over his notebook without hesitation. To Su Hongjie, this was not generosity. This was devotion. The narrator gave this theory exactly the weight it deserved. None at all. Flipping through the notebook to find the homework, the narrator discovered something unexpected. The pages were not full of schoolwork. They were full of a novel, a story about a girl named Jian, raw and intimate, threaded through with something that felt uncomfortably real. He read quietly through 2 classes. Shen Youchu, it turned out, was not just a top student. He was a writer, and a remarkably good one. The novel had a male lead whose name was written only in initials. The narrator remembered something, a news report from years ahead, from a life not yet lived. Shen Youchu had left behind a will. In it, he mentioned a secret love, someone who had been present during the rumor incident. The narrator turned to Su Hongjie and asked about the initials. Su Hongjie pointed to a short-haired girl across the room. The narrator shook his head slowly. He was not so sure. He quietly returned the novel to Shen Youchu's bag before anyone noticed it was gone. When Shen Youchu found it, a small note had been tucked inside, a line of verse, handwritten. He stared at it, unsettled. Someone had been reading his most private work. Then he let it go. He had other things pressing on him. He shouldered his bag and left it behind. Liu Ruyan had not given up. She reappeared beside the narrator, wounded and persistent, wanting to know if he was still angry. He told her plainly, once the way he meant it, that he was done. She pushed back with the only leverage she had left. She threatened to withdraw her affection, as if that were a punishment worth fearing. He returned to his math textbook without another word. Into the middle of this came Shen Youchu, calm, precise, and carrying news that stopped the room cold. He was transferring schools. He would be leaving. He needed someone to write a farewell note in the class album. The noise dropped away. The desks, the voices, the ordinary friction of the day, all of it went still. Wang Xiaoyu, class monitor, quietly admiring from a distance, asked where he was going. Chuncheng, he said simply. She asked if they could stay in contact. He nodded. The narrator watched all of this with a familiar feeling he could not quite name. He had known Shen Youchu was planning to leave, but knowing something and watching it happen are different things entirely. He picked up his pen and wrote a farewell speech. He wrote more than he expected to. That evening the narrator went home. His room was small and familiar, a poster on the wall, a cheap guitar in the corner. He picked it up and played. Music had always been a refuge. He had learned guitar in middle school, performed at a school arts festival, discovered something in himself that money had later let him refine. But back then, the guitar was enough. He was still playing when his parents came home, exhausted and late, chasing after a tourist who had wandered off and caused them hours of trouble. His father, Mu Qingwen, drove for the agency. His mother, Zhou Yingchun, guided the tours. Nanjiang was a city built on visitors, and the family's small agency sat in the middle of it, perpetually busy, perpetually struggling. The reason, the narrator had always known, was their own decency. They never pressured anyone. They never inflated a bill. In a business where darkness was the norm, they remained stubbornly, unprofitably kind. He poured himself a cup of water and sat with them at the table. He had things to say. In his previous life, he had watched this business limp along until it gave out. This time, he intended to intervene. He had the knowledge. He had the plan. He just needed them to listen. He told them their management model was broken. He had studied the landscape of 2008, the industry, the opportunity, the gap that nobody had thought to fill. He had drawn up a plan that combined the travel agency with something new, something forward-looking. His parents stared at him across the table. Their son had changed. He did not give them the full picture at once. He gave them a cake to look at first. He told his father, who had always dreamed of a better car, that if they followed the plan, a new vehicle would be the least of their rewards. His father laughed, uncertain. His mother looked skeptical. He told them he would write it all down in a business white paper. Every detail, every projection, and all they had to do was read it. He went back to his room and stayed up late, reading everything he could find about the 2008 tourism sector and the digital systems beginning to transform it. His parents sat at the table after he left, looking at each other. Their son had walked in one evening and started speaking like a different person entirely. They were not sure whether to be proud or frightened. They considered calling someone. They settled eventually for going to bed. The next morning, Su Hongjie arrived by bicycle. drifting to a stop with practiced flair and a box of pastries balanced on the handlebars. He had missed the narrator in the QQ group chat the night before. There was news. Wang Xiaoyue had proposed a farewell party for Shen Youchu. Did the narrator know? Did he plan to go? The narrator asked whether Su Hongjie had ever once had a real conversation with Shen Youchu. Su Hongjie admitted he had not. The narrator told him that was probably all the answer he needed. But Su Hongjie had another argument ready. He suggested the narrator bring his guitar, make an impression. The narrator declined. Su Hongjie played his last card without hesitation. Shen Youchu liked him. Therefore he had an obligation to show up. The narrator laughed again and told him that Shen Youchu liked someone else entirely. Someone whose initials he had found written in a private novel. Su Hongjie immediately became obsessed with figuring out who. The party preparations divided the class neatly in two. Some students threw themselves into it. Others, Liu Ruyan among them, resented the entire idea. Wang Xiaoyu booked an old building on campus, a place with a reputation for being quiet and a little romantic, and used a physics problem as bait to lure the reluctant ones in. The narrator was studying when she walked over. One look at her expression, and he knew he was already going. Jiboda had been assigned to play piano at the party. He was young, eager, and carrying more feeling than his ability could hold. He had practiced. He had imagined the moment. But when the time came, something went wrong. An injury, or something close to it. He stood beside the piano with his wrist wrapped, his face tight with the particular humiliation of a boy who wanted badly to do something graceful and found himself unable. Su Hongjie told Jiboda gently that some people are born to support roles, not starring ones. Jiboda cried. The narrator walked to the stage, picked up Jiboda's guitar, and started to play. Nobody stopped him. The room shifted, the way rooms do when someone picks up an instrument and actually knows what they're doing. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoyue had led Shen Youchu to the building under the pretense of showing him something. He followed, curious and unsuspecting, carrying a book and a bookmark. She opened the door. The room was full, his entire class gathered quietly, waiting. For a moment, nobody moved. Then Su Hongjie later said the look on Shen Youchu's face made him want to cry. He had not expected this. He had not thought anyone would notice he was leaving. But the moment had a complication. Shen Youchu had told everyone yesterday he was transferring, and today announced he had changed his mind. He had hidden this reversal from the class. The narrator stepped forward, turned to face the room, and redirected the moment before it could curdle. He told them Shen Youchu owed them something for the deception. He asked Shen Youchu to man the barbecue station for a week. Shen Youchu, guilty and grateful in equal measure, agreed without argument. It seemed, at least for now, that everything had landed somewhere good. Su Hongjie sat beside him afterward, satisfied with the entire afternoon. He was certain the narrator had engineered that moment to create closeness with Shen Youchu. The narrator denied it. Su Hongjie pointed out that while the narrator was playing guitar, Shen Youchu had not looked away once. Those quiet peach blossom eyes fixed and still, watching him with an expression Su Hongjie could only describe as unmistakable. Wang Xiaoyue called everyone together for a game. A spinning pen, whoever it pointed to had to share a dream, and the person it pointed away from could ask a question. Simple, harmless. The room agreed with the easy enthusiasm of people who have just eaten cake and feel briefly invincible. The pen spun and stopped. It landed on Shen Youchu. He answered without hesitation. He wanted to be a writer. The room approved warmly. Wang Xiaoyue turned the question to the narrator. He paused, then laughed. He said he wanted to be rich. The room laughed with him. Wang Xiaoyue announced the next step. The narrator could now put a question to Shen Youchu. The room went quiet. Everyone leaned in slightly. He asked something thoughtful. Not the obvious question everyone expected, but one that went deeper. Why did Shen Youchu find it hard to connect with people? He offered the answer himself before Shen Youchu had to. It was because the social world of school was genuinely difficult for someone wired the way Shen Youchu was. He said it simply, without drama, and Shen Yuchu's eyes filled briefly with something that looked like relief. Su Hongjie noticed. He said nothing, but he noticed everything. The pen spun again. It stopped. The pointed end aimed at the narrator. The other end aimed at Shen Youchu. The room erupted. Jiboda, already in a state of sustained panic, looked as if he might not survive another coincidence. Wang Xiaoyue laughed. The game had begun with these two and was ending with them again. She passed the question to Shen Youchu. He was quiet for a long time. Everyone waited. He looked for a long moment, then seemed to decide against whatever he had first thought to say. 2 requests arrived instead. One from Jiboda, one from Liu Ruyan. Both wanted the same thing, to copy the narrator's exam answers in the upcoming monthly test. The seating arrangements would be decided partly by scores, and both of them needed to move. The narrator looked at them evenly and asked if they were certain. Jiboda nodded with great conviction. The narrator agreed, generously, deliberately, with a calm that should perhaps have made them nervous. What they did not know was that the narrator's usual grades were not what they appeared. The foundation he was working from was something they could not have anticipated. The exam began. He moved through it at his own pace, unhurried, methodical. He shared a desk wall with Shen Youchu, which gave him quiet company. Liu Ruyan, copying without understanding, trusted him completely and incorrectly. He finished the main paper in half the allotted time. Then he turned the paper over and used the remaining minutes to draft the next section of his business white paper. The invigilator's reminder bell caught him mid-sentence. He left the exam room as soon as the bell rang. The classroom was occupied. He could not go back, so he walked the campus alone, letting the stillness settle around him. He had 2 things on his mind: a structured study plan to cover everything he had forgotten from his first time through school, and a business proposal he needed to get in front of the right people. He was turning these over quietly when he heard footsteps. He looked up. Shen Youchu was standing beneath a silver tree, reading a math textbook in the afternoon quiet. He was surprised. He said so. Shen Youchu said he did not need extra help. He simply wanted the time. When the scores came back to the students who had copied him, their faith collapsed entirely. His chemistry was wrong across the board. His science answers made no sense. Jiboda and Liu Ruyan stared at their papers in matching fury. They had trusted him and paid for it. But when the English results arrived, everything shifted. The narrator had scored near perfect. He had spent years in business dealing with foreign partners. English had become his strongest language, by far. The exam had simply confirmed what was already true. There was one place where he allowed himself to stop thinking about strategy and plans: the internet cafe. He had played DNF for 4 years in his previous life. Then came LOL. Then, eventually, he had grown past all of it. But now he sat beside Su Hongjie, headphones on, in no particular hurry. He looked over at Shen Youchu's screen. Shen Youchu had opened his email and was typing his novel into it, slowly, carefully, using a typing method so outdated it was almost charming. In 2008, the concept he was building toward was still wide open. Nobody had claimed it yet. Su Hongjie raised an eyebrow. Female photography, travel photography. The narrator said the profit margin would surprise him. Shen Youchu had stopped typing. He was looking at the narrator with a directness that was slightly unnerving. He asked quietly whether the narrator was short on money. The narrator thought about how to answer that. He said he did not hate money. He simply needed capital to get started. Shen Youchu nodded and said nothing more. The narrator glanced at the screen. Shen Youchu had managed fewer than 200 words of a chapter that needed 3,000. Liu Ruyan arrived like a change in weather. He appeared at the door with something to offer. A surprise, he said, his voice carrying its practiced tremor of injury. The narrator put his headphones back on. Liu Ruyan grabbed his school bag and bolted out the door. There was nothing to do but follow. Better to deal with it outside than let it spill back toward Shen Youchu, who was quietly trying to write. Outside, Liu Ruyan stood with his bag, waiting. He said the things he always said, that he had feelings, that the narrator had changed, that this distance between them was the narrator's fault. The narrator shook his head slowly. He told Liu Ruyan plainly, he did not want this, had never wanted this, and no amount of persistence was going to change that. He asked Liu Ruyan, without cruelty, to stop. Liu Ruyan's next move was to ask whether the narrator found him attractive. The narrator said, without pause, that he found Liu Ruyan about as appealing as a bad weather forecast. Liu Ruyan took a breath, stepped closer, and then pulled back when the narrator preemptively blocked any further approach. Su Hongjie, watching from an upstairs window with Shen Youchu, dissolved into laughter. Inside, the afternoon wore on. When the narrator returned to his keyboard, Shen Youchu stood up and quietly crossed to the shop counter, still watching, still considering. He came back a few minutes later and placed a pack of cigarettes on the desk in front of the narrator. He did not say anything. The narrator stared at it for a moment. This was Shen Youchu's version of a peace offering. The narrator looked at Shen Youchu. The boy had gone back to his screen, expression neutral, faintly pink around the edges. He was still trying to type. Su Hongjie, watching from across the room, had already begun composing a new chapter of his love theory. The narrator shook his head and kept reading, working through Shen Youchu's novel, which had grown into something genuinely beautiful. A girl in the northwest, a hospital, a landscape of quiet grief. He was impressed, and he did not try to hide it. He mentioned Borges, the Argentine poet, the line about death and water. Shen Youchu looked up sharply. He had not expected that. He asked if the narrator really knew Borges. The narrator said he had read some of the poems, casually, not all of them. Some were better than others. Shen Youchu's face did not change, but something behind it did. Borges was his favorite poet. He finished checking the draft. He nodded once. "Thank you," he said. The narrator took the cigarettes and walked toward the door for air. He did not get far. Outside the cafe, the street had changed character. A group of men stood in a loose semicircle, steel rods, casual menace, the specific atmosphere of people who have come looking for something to break. At their center was a muscular man leading a figure the narrator recognized as someone from inside the cafe. Then he saw Liu Ruyan standing at the door. And then he understood exactly what had happened. Liu Ruyan had summoned them. A cousin, young, brittle-tempered, pointing across the street, had brought backup for a grievance the narrator had not yet fully committed. The men moved toward him. Su Hongjie scrambled to intervene. The bar owner's associate tried to calm things with cigarettes and noise. The atmosphere was tense in the particular way that precedes either violence or embarrassment, and the line between the two was thin. The lead man, Zhao Hui, addressed him with a swagger that suggested he was used to people backing down. He said a high school student with sense would already be frightened. He raised his stick, but the narrator stood still. He had lived a full life. He had dealt with far more dangerous people in boardrooms and back offices. This was theater, and he knew how to read the script. Zhao Hui told him to come outside and settle it. He suggested the narrator greet his associates, and then leave quietly. The narrator looked him over with the calm patience of someone doing arithmetic. He had already placed Zhao Hui, a mid-level figure protecting something small, operating under borrowed authority, unwilling to absorb real consequences. The narrator was not afraid, but he was careful. Su Hongjie offered a window escape route. There was an air conditioning unit outside. They could jump down. Su Hongjie and the narrator would be fine. What about Shen Youchu? The narrator did not answer that question with words. He pulled out his phone instead, walked calmly to a computer terminal, and made a call. He called the Zhengxing group. In a previous life he had known Liu Dongyang, a wealthy man who had once mentioned, almost as a footnote, that his younger brother ran a small operation on the side. It was a long shot, but the narrator had learned that long shots land when the alternative is standing in a bar, surrounded by men with sticks. He needed two things: time, and a reason for Zhao Hui to reconsider. He turned and walked out of the bar. Su Hongjie followed close behind. Zhao Hui was visibly surprised. He had expected fear or flight. Instead, here came a high school boy walking out the front door as if arriving to a meeting. Zhao Hui made his demand, an apology from the cousin delivered publicly. The narrator smiled and said simply, "No." The standoff held. Then Zhao Hui's phone rang. He looked at the screen. It was the general manager of the KTV company, his superior. He picked up. The voice on the other end was not pleased. When Zhao Hui hung up, something in his posture had shifted. He looked at the narrator differently. The boy had not bluffed. He had made one call and reached someone with actual weight. Zhao Hui turned, walked over, and offered his hand. He apologized. He offered free entry to the KTV for as long as they liked. Su Hongjie accepted the cigarette extended to him with entirely inappropriate levels of dignity. The cousin had disappeared up the stairs. The men dispersed. The narrator dropped his cigarette in the trash and said nothing further. He understood now. It was not Zhao Hui who had made the call. It was Liu Dongyang, already aware, already moving pieces. The narrator had simply created the opening. He had not asked for help directly. He had simply placed a fact in front of the right person and let it travel. That was how things worked when you understood the architecture of influence. Zhao Hui shook hands and left. Su Hongjie stood on the pavement, slightly dazed by the speed at which the entire situation had resolved itself. He looked at the narrator as if seeing him for the first time. Later, he would think about it more carefully. In the game his previous life had become, he had sat across from men like Liu Dongyang in conference rooms, understanding exactly how much of their fortune had been built on luck, timing, and the willingness to pretend. He had played those games. He had learned those rules. And now, reborn into 2008, he was playing them again. But this time, from a better starting position. He already knew how most of the stories ended. Shen Youchu appeared at the top of the stairs. He had stayed. He had been told to run and had stayed anyway. The narrator looked at him, a little exasperated, a little something else. He asked why he was still there. Shen Youchu did not answer the question. He just came down the stairs and stood beside him. After leaving the cafe, the three of them, narrator, Su Hongjie, and Shen Youchu, walked toward the city together in the late evening air. Su Hongjie then made a great show of realizing his home was in the completely opposite direction. He excused himself with theatrical urgency and disappeared, which left two of them walking. They walked without hurry. The city at this hour was soft around the edges. Streetlights, the distant sound of traffic. The quiet between two people who have nothing in particular to prove. When they reached the staff apartment block beside the bank, Shen Youchu stopped. The narrator made a joke about being smooth. Shen Youchu smiled, a real smile, unhurried. The narrator told him he should smile more. It was good for him. Something in those words reached somewhere deep. Shen Youchu stood at the entrance for a moment after the narrator left, watching the retreating silhouette until it rounded the corner and disappeared. Then he turned. He took the stairs at a pace that surprised even him. Lighter than usual, almost young in a way he rarely felt. He was happy. At least tonight, just this once, he was genuinely happy. The apartment was dark when he opened the door. Beer bottles on the floor, his mother asleep on the sofa, her face slack with alcohol. He did not wake her right away. He picked up the bottles, tidied the room, started cleaning with the quiet efficiency of someone who had done this many times before. When she stirred and opened her eyes, she looked at him with foggy affection. He asked why she had been drinking. She laughed, soft and slurred, and said something about his face. He did not answer. She told him not to bother dreaming about Chuncheng. The world, she said, was not built for people like them. She blamed herself, half drunk, half sincere, saying that if he had been born a boy, things might have been different. He listened. He covered her with a blanket when she fell quiet. She murmured something as she drifted off, something that might have been an apology. He sat for a while in the dark before going to his room, where he opened a notebook and began to write. The narrator, home on the other side of the city, had been thinking about Shen Youchu's mother. A woman capable of that kind of warmth when she was herself. How had things turned so hard? He could guess at the shape of it. He made a note. Then he moved on. He had finished the business white paper. He brought it to the dinner table the next evening and laid it out for his parents. His mother read it twice. His father turned it over slowly. Neither of them said anything for a long moment. His father stood up abruptly and announced he was going to sell the car. His mother looked at him as if he had suggested selling a family member. The car, a large vehicle purchased over several careful years, was Mu Qingwen's most prized possession. And yet, here he was, ready to liquidate it on the basis of a business plan written by his teenage son. The narrator watched this with quiet satisfaction. He had not expected his father to move that fast, but he had not underestimated him either. The following day brought a different kind of news. Wang Xiaoyue appeared at the narrator's desk and told him the class teacher wanted to see him in the office. He had predicted this. He was not surprised. He went. Teacher Guo Ling held up the score sheet. The narrator's results were unusual. Chinese, 39, Math, 12, Physics, 38, English, 148, Total, 237, Class rank, 52nd out of 53. He looked at the sheet for a moment, then asked Guo Ling how many students were in the grade. Guo Ling said 523. The narrator noted he had ranked 521st. He considered that acceptable progress. Guo Ling had seen many things in his years of teaching. He had not seen this. He wanted an explanation, not an accusation, but a genuine one. The narrator looked at him and offered the truth. He had been distracted during most of the exam. He promised it would not happen again. Guo Ling stared. Then, because he was a responsible man, he began to consider alternative explanations. His eyes drifted to the English score. He suspected a motive. The narrator told him he was wrong about what he was thinking. He explained, carefully, and with the most earnest expression he could manage, that he suffered from a rare condition, a language processing disorder. Guo Ling had never heard of it. He wrote it down. He fell, slowly and completely, for the explanation, because Shen Youchu would later walk into that same office and confirm every detail with composed, authoritative sincerity. By the time Shen Youchu left, Guo Ling was in genuine self-doubt. He had misunderstood his student. He felt terrible about it. The parent-teacher meeting had once gone to his mother, but she had been busy that term and sent his father instead. Mu Qingwen had walked into the wrong school entirely, arrived at the narrator's old elementary school, and been told by a cheerful teacher that his son had been an outstanding student. He had driven home furious, then proud, then furious again. He still brought it up occasionally. The narrator left the office and found Shen Youchu walking toward it. He asked if Shen Youchu was there about the transfer. Shen Youchu said no, something else. The narrator let a pause stretch, then leaned in with the setup he had prepared the night before. A word, a rare fictional condition, something Shen Youchu could use if the teacher asked strange questions. He delivered it deadpan. Then he walked away and left Shen Youchu standing in the corridor, trying to understand what had just happened. He found out in Guo Ling's office. The teacher asked if he had ever heard of a rare language disorder called mother tongue recognition syndrome. Shen Youchu considered this for exactly 2 seconds. Then he confirmed it with calm authority. Yes, he said. He had read about it in a textbook. A very low incidence rate, Patients struggle to recognize their native script. Every writer, he added, is a trained professional liar. Guo Ling believed every word. He apologized for misjudging the narrator. Shen Youchu accepted the apology on his behalf. Guo Ling then asked what Shen Youchu had come to discuss. Shen Youchu requested a seat change to the back row. Meanwhile, out in the hallway, Jiboda and Liu Ruyan were reading the score rankings. Jiboda was first among those who had copied. Liu Ruyan was third. Both of them owed everything they had to a strategy that had mostly failed, and somehow still partially worked. Jiboda burned quietly. He had gotten what he needed, and still could not stand the narrator's existence. Liu Ruyan, for once, had no complaints. The classroom held its breath for the next round of seat assignments. It was, everyone understood, among the last major reshufflings before the college entrance exam would make such things irrelevant. Guo Ling stood at the front, looking out at a room full of students who all had strong opinions about where they wanted to sit, and very little leverage to enforce them. Duan Shu volunteered to move to the back row. He made a small speech about humility and self-reflection. Guo Ling thanked him warmly. Then Guo Ling noted that Shen Youchu had also requested the back row. He asked if anyone objected. The room reacted with visible confusion. Why would Shen Youchu willingly choose the worst seats in the class? The narrator was confused too. He kept the question low, voice down, eyes on the desk, asking Shen Youchu directly why he had done it. Shen Youchu was not practiced in small talk. He took some time to write his answer on a slip of paper instead. He slid it across. He told the teacher he needed to be near someone who confused him, someone sharp enough to be worth sitting beside. The narrator read it twice. He wrote back, "That doesn't make sense. You're the one who lied to the teacher." Shen Youchu added another line, quickly. "Lies are wrong. I know. Then why?" The pen stopped moving for a long moment. Then Shen Youchu wrote the actual answer. He wanted to help with homework. He wanted to teach what he knew. He wanted to sit beside someone who might one day write something worth reading, and had a feeling this was that person. The narrator sat with that answer. In his previous life he had carried no psychological weight, just ambition, forward motion, the flat certainty of a man who had stopped expecting to be surprised. Now someone was sitting beside him and offering something freely, without calculation. He wrote back carefully, "Why invest the time in someone like me?" Shen Youchu did not answer immediately. When he did, it was not in words. He simply looked up. He wrote, "If you had not encouraged me, I would not have submitted the novel. That was enough to push me toward my dream. This is how I can return the favor." The narrator read it and said nothing for a long moment. He realized, quietly, that Shen Youchu was stronger than he looked. The answer was worth more than anything he could have written back. But before he could respond, a pen rolled off the desk and clattered loudly to the floor. Guo Ling turned around. The whole class looked. Shen Youchu went red. It was the first time he had ever been caught being a bad student. Duan Shu saw an opportunity. He raised his hand and pointed out with theatrical concern that sitting beside the narrator was academically hazardous for someone of Shen Youchu's caliber. The narrator would be a distraction. Guo Ling might want to reconsider the arrangement. Su Hongji immediately pointed out that by that logic, Shen Youchu should probably be removed from the classroom entirely, since half the class was performing worse than the narrator. Guo Ling told both of them to be quiet or leave. The afternoon class continued. Guo Ling turned back to the board. The narrator became dimly aware that Guo Ling might actually believe the rare disorder story, which meant he had accidentally helped create a situation where the teacher would be lenient with him indefinitely. That was not entirely unwelcome. He put down his pen and started memorizing classical poetry. Then Shen Youchu slid a note across the desk. "Don't worry," it said. "I won't be a burden to you. You don't need to feel responsible for me." The narrator wrote back, "I don't. I have my own plans." Shen Youchu read it. Then, after a pause, wrote, "Your handwriting is very beautiful. If you teach me, I will teach you in return. The narrator recognized the move. Shen Youchu had removed any sense of obligation and replaced it with an exchange. Equal terms. Neither one giving more than the other. It was, the narrator thought, an elegant way to ask for something without asking. He wrote back, I'll teach you calligraphy, you teach me whatever you think I need. Shen Youchu raised his head and looked at him. His hair fell slightly forward. His eyes were dark and serious in the way that made people in the class write poetry about him in their notebooks, and then deny it. He said, Deal. But you have to help me with English too. The narrator nodded. Shen Youchu extended 2 fingers across the desk. The narrator touched them. The class, turning to look, made a sound like a collective exhale. Guo Ling looked up from the board. He saw 2 of his students passing notes and apparently shaking hands. He decided this was probably the best outcome he could have hoped for. If Shen Youchu's discipline and the narrator's English score could be directed at the same goal, this class might actually produce results. He turned back to the board and quietly revised his expectations upward. Shen Youchu produced a blue notebook and set it on the desk between them. It was immaculate, color-coded, indexed, with every error annotated and every key concept highlighted in a system that was almost architectural in its clarity. The narrator flipped through it slowly. With this beside him, his review timeline could be cut in half. He did not say that out loud. He simply accepted the notebook. From that afternoon, Shen Youchu assumed the role of supervisor. He assigned the narrator 3 pages of review material per session. He set the schedule and enforced it with the quiet firmness of someone who had decided this mattered. The narrator went along with it, partly because the material was genuinely useful, and partly because there was something unexpectedly settling about being expected to show up for something. He wondered briefly, turning a page, whether Su Hongjie's theory had any basis. Then he dismissed it. What he was certain of was this. Shen Youchu pulled a pack of white rabbit candy from his bag and placed one on the desk without comment. He did not look up. His face, when the narrator glanced over, was quietly, undeniably, red. The narrator accepted the candy. He understood it now. This was Shen Youchu's first day, his way of marking a beginning, of acknowledging without words that something between them had shifted into something with shape and intention. The narrator offered the exchange back to him formally. I'll teach you calligraphy. Teach me the material. Shen Youchu looked up, shook his hair back from his face and said, quietly without performance, Deal. But you have to help with English. They shook on it. 2 fingers, a brief deliberate contact. When they let go and turned back to their work, they found the entire class had been watching. The self-study room had gone completely silent. Su Hongjie, at the back, made a sound that was approximately the noise a person makes when they have been proven correct about something they cared very much about. The whole room followed with a sound of its own. The old-school district of Nanhei Middle School, built before the revolution, preserved in the southwest corner, had always drawn the quieter students. The school had kept it standing as a mark of history, filling it with tables and chairs for study. Shen Youchu had claimed a spot beneath a pear tree there. It was his thinking place, his breathing place. After the rumor incident, the boys who had admired him from a distance had mostly stopped coming. The tree had become truly his. But lately, something had changed. A boy now sat opposite him beneath that tree, sharing the desk, sharing notes, asking quiet questions that did not make Shen Youchu feel cornered or studied. The other boys who still came to watch from a distance saw this and felt something unnamed and complicated. Shen Youchu looked up from his work. He said the classical text was not monotonous. He said it was like looking at paper. It had layers if you were willing to look. He took a pen and drew a simple coordinate axis on the corner of the page. He explained, for any 2 points in a given interval, the line between them tells you something about the function's behavior across the whole space. He was using mathematics to explain how he read literature. The narrator watched him, genuinely absorbed. This, he thought, was what Shen Youchu was like when the walls came down. The narrator had settled into the rhythm of it. He was behind, but less behind each day. The college entrance exam felt, for the first time, like a manageable horizon. When he stood to leave one afternoon, Shen Youchu asked where he was going without looking up. The narrator said he was heading out. Shen Youchu asked whether he had met his study goal. The narrator said he had finished early. Shen Youchu thought about this and said he would need supervision the next day. The narrator laughed. He asked Shen Youchu whether good students usually disliked bad ones. Shen Youchu considered it. He said many great writers, Liu Yao, Lu Xun, Hemingway, had been regarded as failures by someone at some point. A label was not a life. The narrator told him that was unusually generous. Shen Youchu said he was not being generous. He was being accurate. He turned 2 steps along the path, paused, and added, "You talk more than you think. That's good. Keep going." In the old school district bathroom, the narrator lit a cigarette. He had developed the habit gradually, not as a statement, but as a boundary marker between one part of the day and the next. Shen Youchu knew and said nothing about it. Some things, the narrator had learned, were best left unaddressed between people who were otherwise trying to understand each other. Su Hongji came running from the direction of the basketball court, still damp from a game, requesting a cigarette, with the urgency of a man who believes this is his due. The narrator said no. Su Hongji pointed out that the narrator himself was smoking. The narrator pointed out that this was irrelevant. Su Hongji continued to argue. The narrator smacked the pack shut, gave him one, and watched Su Hongji light it with an expression of total, unearned satisfaction. The smoking was drawing attention, not from the teachers, from the student body. When a boy associated with the school's most discussed girl is seen smoking regularly in a secluded corner, the school finds ways to make meaning from it. Duan Shu and Liu Jiang arrived at the bathroom not long after. Duan Shu announced his presence with a comment. The narrator laughed at him, which Duan Shu did not entirely know how to process. Duan Shu had been constructing a case for months. He was the type of student who wore rebellion like a costume, bars, borrowed bravado, a story about his own development that did not quite match the evidence. He had decided that Shen Youchu would eventually notice him. He had not yet accepted that Shen Youchu seemed, increasingly, to have already noticed someone else. He pressed the point. Shen Youchu, he said, hated people who smoked. Why did the narrator think he was exempt? The narrator said he did not think about it particularly. Duan Shu said this was suspicious. Su Hongjie pointed out that the narrator was the one currently sharing a desk with Shen Youchu in the old school district, which made the entire question of exemption somewhat academic. Duan Shu had no response to this that he was willing to say out loud. Su Hongjie delivered his theory with the cheerfulness of someone who genuinely enjoys being right. Rich girls, he said, eventually learn that money is not the only currency. By the time Shen Youchu figured that out, the narrator would already be somewhere interesting. Duan Shu nodded, uncomfortably, because the logic was annoyingly sound. He said he didn't believe it. He looked like he was beginning to. Alone with Su Hongjie, the narrator went quiet. Su Hongjie finally asked the question he had been orbiting for weeks. Did the narrator like Shen Youchu? The narrator thought about his previous life, the relationships he had moved through, all of them transactional in one way or another. He had been wanted for his prospects, his family name, his trajectory. He had accepted that as the shape of adult love. He had not questioned it until recently. He said he didn't know. Su Hongjie pressed further. The narrator said the more time he spent with someone, the harder it became to see them clearly. You can't tell whether you like something or whether you've simply gotten used to it. Su Hongjie considered this for exactly 3 seconds, then said, "That sounds like you like him." The narrator said that was not a conclusion, that was an assumption. Su Hongjie said the difference was getting smaller every day. The narrator dropped his cigarette in the trash and walked away. Su Hongjie watched him go. Then, with the energy of a man who has found his purpose, he pivoted. There was someone he could help, a plan he could execute. He was not, he had decided, willing to let his good brother waste this particular window of opportunity through excessive self-analysis. He began forming a strategy. He walked into the classroom and found Zhenyang reading a magazine under the desk. He leaned over and asked to borrow it. Zhenyang looked up with the instinctive guilt of a discipline committee member caught doing exactly what he policed in others. He handed it over anyway. Su Hongjie flipped through it with purpose, looking for something he could use. The magazine was a clothing catalogue, something Shen Youchu had been quietly interested in for reasons that had to do with a childhood love of period dramas, and a particular identification with a character who had to choose between two impossible loyalties. He had kept this interest private. He was not expecting anyone to hand him a magazine, open to the right page, and watch his face. The narrator looked over at the moment Shen Youchu turned the page. His expression did something complicated and involuntary. The narrator made a comment about adults and children and what kind of reading material was appropriate for each. Shen Youchu's face went red. He put the magazine face down and did not look at it again for several minutes. The narrator put it aside and returned to his own bag, packing up for the afternoon. As he was about to leave, Shen Youchu stood, reached into his bag, and produced a book of poetry. He held it out. It was Borges, the one the narrator had mentioned weeks earlier. He said he had found it, thought the narrator might want it. His face was carefully neutral. His voice was even. But the book was clearly a personal copy, worn at the spine from rereading. He was giving the narrator something that cost him something. The narrator took it. He said thank you, in a way that was not particularly eloquent. Shen Youchu said it was fine. He had already memorized most of it. The narrator tucked the book into his bag and left. At the school gate, Su Hongjie was waiting, not on his bicycle but on foot, having chosen to walk alongside him for reasons that would become clear. Away from the school, Su Hongjie held out 2 fingers for a cigarette. The narrator gave him one. They walked slowly, 2 thin lines of smoke rising in the early evening. Su Hongjie looked at the sky. He was quiet for a moment, which was unusual enough to notice. Then he said, "I found out I like someone." The narrator asked who. Su Hongjie said the narrator wouldn't recognize the name. He just needed a favor. He wanted a love letter written. The narrator told him this was a bad idea. Su Hongjie offered 2 packs of jade cigarettes as payment. The narrator said that was still a bad idea. Su Hongjie raised the offer. The narrator said he would write the letter, not because of the cigarettes, but because he was curious which girl had managed to get under Su Hongjie's skin. Su Hongjie said the narrator did not need to know her name, just write it beautifully. The narrator agreed, against his better judgment. That night he sat at his desk trying to find a starting point. He could not. Every opening he tried felt wrong. Then he picked up the Borges collection and found the answer in the first poem he opened. He would not write a love letter. He would translate a poem, rework it just enough that no one in this city, in 2008, would recognize the source. The Argentine poet was obscure enough here to be safe. The narrator closed the book and began. He worked through the night, choosing words with the care of someone who knew what it felt like to mean them. The next morning Su Hongjie read it on the way to school, lips moving slightly. He stopped walking. He read it again. He said, "How do you write like this?" The narrator said the less a person understood, the easier it was to move them. Su Hongjie asked again who this girl was. Su Hongjie smiled and said he would tell him after he knew the outcome. He folded the letter carefully and put it in his inner pocket. He was already in love with the idea of delivering it. That afternoon, during the rest break, when half the class had their heads down and the other half were drifting toward sleep, Su Hongjie made his move. He walked quietly to Wang Xiaoyue's desk. He knocked softly. She looked up, groggy and unamused, with the expression of someone whose sleep debt had reached structural levels. He pressed the folded letter into her hand. She looked at it. She looked at him. She said she was not going to fall in love with anyone before the college entrance exam. Su Hongjie explained, in a low, rapid voice, that it was not for her. She was just the delivery route. He needed her to pass it to Shen Youchu. Wang Xiaoyue stared at him for a long moment. Something moved across her face that was not quite surprise and not quite disappointment. She held the letter for a moment longer than necessary. Then she asked why he didn't deliver it himself. Su Hongjie said it would be obvious that way. The letter was not supposed to come from him. He was sure Shen Youchu liked the narrator. He was certain this was the right move. He just needed her to make it happen. Wang Xiaoyue slips the letter into Su Hongjie's pocket with a satisfied nod. That night, curled against his pillow, Su Hongjie drifts into a fantasy, one borrowed wholesale from the romance novels he devours. He has long admired Liang Jing, and recently he has noticed something. Shen Youchu and Liang seem to orbit each other in ways he recognizes from his reading. Could two stories be woven together? The idea fills him with conspiratorial warmth. He commits to helping. But the next afternoon brings a cold awakening. Students return to find their desks have been searched. The discipline office has swept through, collecting contraband, cosmetics, mirrors, phones. Liang Jing surveys his own desk and laughs. His scarf, a Nokia, 2 bags of chopsticks. His brothers, at least, are safe. Su Hongjie is not thinking about his phone. He is thinking about the letter, the love letter passed to Wang Xiaoyue, who was supposed to deliver it. If it has been confiscated, the consequences will be far worse than any phone call home. Liang Jing places a steady hand on his shoulder. Whatever happens next, stand tall, confess with dignity if needed. Most importantly, that letter was written by you alone. No one else is involved. Su Hongjie barely absorbs the advice before Wang Xiaoyue appears with a pale face and a single message. The class teacher wants Liang Jing. Immediately. The summons leads to the headmaster's office. Principal Sun Yaowu sits behind a desk covered in confiscated items. Jade candy, a glossy magazine, a scarf, a book of notes. He produces each one. Liang Jing nods to each in turn. But when the love letter surfaces, he pauses. He chooses for a moment to deny it. Not from fear of punishment, but because he does not want anyone believing he has been chasing Wang Xiaoyue. Sun regards him with calm authority. As long as the author doesn't admit it, he says, the source cannot be confirmed. But then he adds one quiet observation. He recognizes the handwriting. His gaze settles on Liang Jing. The game is over. Liang Jing steps forward and admits it. He accepts the full weight of what comes next, including Su Hongjie's portion. Sun Yaowu's voice rises with institutional disappointment. His scores have fallen. His mind is not where it should be. Class teacher Guo Ling stands nearby, quietly sighing. Guo Ling chooses her words carefully. In her private reading, a student who writes a love letter is a student with feeling, with humanity. He did not pursue recklessly. He did not cause harm. There is something redeemable in that, but she cannot say so aloud. She adds her voice to the official reprimand. The outcome is decided. 3,000 words, a formal self-review, to be submitted to the school. Liang Jing accepts the verdict with a nod and excuses himself. But as he rises, Sun calls after him with a final question. Why, he asks, is Liang Jing wearing a necktie in school? The question hangs in the corridor. He does not answer. That afternoon, the school convenes an assembly on the playground. All 3 year groups are called out. The education office wants to address the recent exam results, scores that have placed the school in a humiliating position among the district's 4 senior schools. Sun Yaowu takes the stage. He pulls a blackboard forward and writes 3 equations in chalk. 1.01 to the power of 365 equals 37.8. 0.99 to the same power equals 0.03. He surveys the crowd and lets the numbers speak first. The logic is direct. Small daily progress compounds into greatness. Small daily decline compounds into nothing. His voice carries the cadence of a speech delivered many times before. He points to the board. At the back of the crowd, Liang Jing is already doing his own arithmetic and can see the flaw. Human growth is not exponential. People are not calculators. And yet when Sun turns to name a real example of the decline equation, the student who smokes, reads forbidden books, brings a phone to school, writes love letters, the finger points directly at him. He becomes the cautionary tale. But the assembly has an unexpected turn. Sun produces the confiscated love letter and reads it aloud. And the writing is so unexpectedly good that even the teachers pause. A love letter composed with real literary craft, while the same student's exam essay scored in the 50s. Sun uses the contradiction as ammunition. Talent without discipline, he argues, is not talent at all. It is waste. High school students are rarely moved by institutional lectures. But the love letter they find interesting. The crowd murmurs. Some of the boys nudge each other. Liang Jing, the cautionary tale, is quietly becoming something else entirely. Sun calls a second student to the stage, a sharp contrast meant to reinforce the lesson. But the crowd's attention has already shifted. Conversations flicker through the rows. He wrote it for Zhu Wangxing's brother? They're that close? The official narrative is being quietly rewritten by the students themselves. And in the middle of it all, one person watches with an entirely different attention. Duan Shu, poised, composed, deeply unsettled, had assumed that public humiliation would push Zhu Wangxing away from Liang Jing. Instead, something is moving in the opposite direction. Zhu Wangxing stands in the crowd and watches Liang Jing on the stage. The love letter was written for someone else, but she had thought, reading it, that it felt as if it could have been for her. A poem by Borges, the language of fate and arrival. It reminded her of the farewell gift he once gave her. The thought settles into her quietly, like a stone dropped into still water. She had told herself his gesture was nothing, a habit of kindness, not intention. But standing here, watching him absorb public criticism with quiet dignity, she finds herself revising that reading. She does not move. She only watches. When the assembly ends, the playground empties slowly, students drifting back to their classrooms in the particular subdued mood that large assemblies produce. Half sobered, half relieved it is over. Liang Jing descends from the stage and walks through the thinning crowd without looking for anyone in particular. He had imagined that Zhu Wangxing would look at him with distance after this, that the school's public verdict would widen the gap between them, that being named the cautionary tale would make her think twice about the shape of their friendship. He cannot quite read what he finds when he does look, so he sets it aside and returns to the study table, because the study table, at least, makes sense. He spreads his materials out with the efficiency of someone who has decided, once again, to be serious. A few minutes pass. Then, Zhu Wangxing enters. She is late, and her face is closed, the expression of someone who has been crying and does not want it acknowledged. Liang Jing notices immediately. He does not comment directly. Instead, he offers something gentle and slightly ridiculous, a half-joke about optimism, about the college entrance exam, about not letting sadness calcify. She does not respond. She bites her lip. She almost speaks, then doesn't. The silence between them is careful and unresolved. Liang Jing pulls back slightly. He is not skilled at this, at holding space for someone else's pain without accidentally making it worse. He waits. She keeps her head down, pretending to work. And then, without warning, she looks up and asks him something entirely unexpected. Did the confession go well? He blinks. She buries her head again, as if she hasn't asked anything at all. He laughs, a short, honest laugh of relief. He explains that the love letter was never his own. He was helping Su Hongjie, writing it on his behalf, acting as a ghost author for a friend's heart. Zhu Wangxing raises her head slowly. The sadness in her face undergoes a quiet transformation. She almost smiles. He watches it happen, that rare, sudden bloom, and feels the world tilt very slightly on its axis. She laughs. And in that laugh, something careful and long-held releases, just for a moment, into the air. They fall back into their usual rhythm. The easy back and forth of two people who have, without quite meaning to, become something like friends. She asks who Su Hongji's letter was actually for. He laughs and tells her she'll have to ask the dog himself. A basketball game summons him away. The class needs a player. Su Hongji pushes him toward the door. Before he goes, Zhu Wangxing looks up and tells him to go. His recent study plan has been strong enough to earn one afternoon off. He picks up his things and leaves, smiling. Almost immediately, Wang Xiaoyue slides into the empty seat. She has something to say, and she says it directly. I know about the love letter. Zhu Wangxing cuts her off. She already knows. Wang Xiaoyue blinks. Then she asks the question she came to ask. Do you like him? The words land gently but with precision. Zhu Wangxing's hands find each other under the desk. Her voice, when it comes, is careful. She asks why Wang Xiaoyue would ask that. Wang Xiaoyue answers simply, because anyone paying attention can see it. Zhu Wangxing does not deny it. The color that rises in her face is its own answer. She admits, quietly, almost to herself, that she is not skilled at hiding things. She used to be more careful. She used to keep her eyes away. But somewhere along the way, something shifted. The farewell gift changed things. Wang Xiaoyue, who reads romance novels with the devotion of a scholar, feels the weight of what is being confessed. She asks the next natural question. So why not confess? You're graduating. If you wait, you might miss everything. Zhu Wangxing is quiet for a long moment. Then she shakes her head. She explains, slowly, what she has worked out for herself. He is someone she admires deeply, the way a reader admires a favorite writer. And the thing about admiring someone that way is that you do not want to be their burden. You do not want to arrive in their life as an inconvenience. If she confesses, she adds weight to something already carrying enough. She does not want to do that to him. Wang Xiaoyue listens, genuinely moved. She will go on liking him, quietly, from the right distance. If he never notices, if he finds someone else, she will not hold that against him. Her love is not a contract. It does not require a response. The only thing she needs is for him to be well. Wang Xiaoyue asks what she plans to do if nothing changes. Zhu Wangxing simply smiles. She will keep going. She will keep studying. She will keep writing. The feeling itself is enough. It gives her something to aim toward, even if she never arrives. It is a love that asks nothing and expects nothing and is somehow, because of that, entirely complete. The basketball court fills with shouting and sneakers on asphalt. Liang Jing does not last long. Su Hongjie takes him out of the game almost immediately, and he retreats to the classroom, defeated and mildly amused. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoyue has found Su Hongjie and delivered her news. Zhu Wangxing likes Liang Jing. It is real. Su Hongjie stops mid-motion and stares. He has known Liang Jing for years. He has never seen a girl approach him with that kind of feeling. He recovers quickly, applies his romantic theory to the situation, and arrives at a clear conclusion. He will not interfere. He will not meddle. Wang Xiaoyue agrees. The last time Su Hongjie got involved in someone's love life, the results were considerable. The two of them stand on the court in the late afternoon sun, two amateur scholars of romance, solemnly agreeing to keep their hands off the only story that actually matters. The conversation drifts, as their conversations always do, into cheerful bickering. Heights are compared. A kick lands. There is a yelp. Su Hongjie, still hopping, has a thought he keeps entirely to himself. The next day brings English class, and with it, a reward. Zhang Shuyun arrives in a black shirt and long skirt, carrying a USB drive. She promised the class a movie when their English scores came in first across all 3 year groups. The students erupt with suggestions. A movie. In class. The privilege belongs, she announces, to one student. Every head turns toward Liang Jing. He receives the privilege with the detached amusement of someone who expected it. Options scroll through his mind. Kung fu films, animated classics, Hollywood blockbusters. Then he looks across the room to where Zhu Wangxing sits and makes a small calculation. The right choice, he decides, is not his alone to make. He calls across to her. What do you want to watch? She hesitates. Then she names a film, something the rest of the class would never have chosen. He shouts it to the front without a second thought. Done. The lights go low, curtains close, students scatter for snacks. Su Hongjie drops a bag of chips onto Liang Jing's desk. Liang Jing delivers a dry verdict on the quality of the food. Su Hongjie looks wounded. Wang Xiaoyue intervenes. Silence falls as the film begins. In the half-dark, Liang Jing opens the bag. The noise cuts through the quiet. Zhu Wangxing glances over. He holds the bag toward her. She reaches in, and her fingers find his. She pulls back instantly, face hidden in the shadows. He pretends not to notice. The film plays on. The afternoon is measured in small moments that will not be remembered as events, but will be felt for a long time afterward. The film builds toward its ending, robots reunited, arms outstretched, and the emotional current in the room catches even the most guarded hearts. Zhu Wangxing is not guarded. Tears gather quietly. Liang Jing says nothing, just slides a tissue across the desk. She takes it. She laughs through the tears and tells him she was not crying. He laughs back. He doesn't push it. They both let the small lie stand, because some kindnesses work better unchallenged. The film ends. The classroom is a gentle mess of wrappers and melon seed shells. It falls to Liang Jing and Zhu Wangxing to clean up. Today's duty pair. It takes half an hour. When they finish, the school is nearly empty. They step into the late afternoon to find the last of the students already gone. He is about to say something completely ordinary about riding her home when she turns and says it first. She asks if he would ride her home. He almost loses his balance. They ride in companionable silence, arriving at the apartment building where she lives. She enters with a small wave and a thank you. He watches until she disappears, then turns, not toward home, but toward the building's mailboxes. He has been waiting for a reply to a manuscript he sent out over a week ago. Today, as he approaches the box, something is different. There is an envelope inside. He opens it standing in the entryway. The letter is from Manga magazine. His story has been accepted. Publication is scheduled for October of 2007. He holds the letter tightly. The words do not reach him at full force for several seconds. He reads them again. His body feels like it might become unmoored. In the whole of his life, this is the first time a stranger, a professional editor, has looked at something he made and said yes. The feeling is not triumph. It is quieter than that. Something that sits in the chest and refuses to be named. He does not stand still long. He turns. He runs. He runs into the street, and the world has that quality that evenings sometimes have when something has changed. The streetlights and the grocery stores and the road, all of it familiar and entirely new. He finds Zhu Wangxing still nearby. He is out of breath. He holds up the letter. She reads it. Her hand moves to her mouth. He tells her congratulations. She says thank you. He asks why. She says she doesn't know. It just seems right. The evening dissolves into quiet warmth. While Liang Jing returns to his books, across the city his father Liang Qingwen is putting the final pieces of something else into place. The Elf Pie Photography Company, built from a business plan his son sketched on paper, is nearly ready to open. He reports the progress to his wife Zhou Yingchun with barely contained excitement. Zhou Yingchun listens with quiet patience. She has watched her husband move through this project with an energy she has not seen in years. the energy of a man who believes genuinely that he is building something. New car, he says, better apartment, new clothes, all of it coming. She does not say what she is thinking, which is that she stopped needing those things a long time ago. He catches something in her silence and pivots, landing somewhere more true, telling her he has never been able to give her what she deserves, and this company is his attempt to change that. She smiles with the expression of a woman who has heard something honest and does not want to embarrass it by responding too quickly. Then Liang Jing appears in the doorway with an unexpected proposal. He wants a formal arrangement written into the company's founding agreement. When the business begins to profit, he wants 10%, not as pocket money, but as earned compensation for his contributions. His parents exchange a look. He is not performing. He is not negotiating. He is simply stating very clearly what he intends and waiting. He explains, LV Pi is the first step, the mechanism through which he intends to build something larger. When he leaves for university, the company passes to his parents. He will have contributed the architecture. They run the building. What he takes with him is capital to start again somewhere new. His father looks at his son, really looks, and after a long pause says, I believe you. Liang Qingwen adds a condition. There is one piece of unfinished business stalling the launch. A high-end wedding dress shop called Chubai Bridal has refused every approach. If Liang Jing can bring that negotiation to yes, his father will consider the agreement. Liang Jing considers the assignment. He is 17. He has no business cards. He has a rented suit and the ideas in his head. He sets out the next morning and is intercepted almost immediately. Zhu Wangxing is sitting outside the supermarket near the community entrance, reading in the early light. She looks up when she hears his footsteps. She stands. She follows. He does not ask her to come. She does not ask permission. Some things by this point in the story simply fall into place without requiring anyone's approval. But first, she has something to give him. An envelope. He opens it. Cash. Carefully counted. 523 yuan. Her script fee from the magazine. She has kept what she needed for necessities. The rest, she is offering as a loan. She heard him mention needing startup capital. He holds the envelope and looks at her for a long moment. He gives it back gently. The money problem is already solved, he tells her. But the gesture, the fact of it, he carries. He tells her instead that she can come with him today. A business meeting with a high-end wedding dress designer. He needs someone to play the role of secretary. It is a ridiculous proposal. She agrees without hesitation. When he asks why, she says she wants KFC afterward, and this is the fastest route. He laughs, deeply and genuinely. They walk through Nanjiang together in the easy arrangement they have developed without discussing, him slightly ahead, her following at a half-step's distance. He notices the pattern today for the first time, and asks about it. She says she got used to following in a direction she didn't know, and just kept doing it. Her face goes red immediately after, as if she has said more than she intended. He files the answer away and pretends to be thinking about something else. They arrive at the company building. His father's office is on the 3rd floor. It has a view and exactly enough furniture to suggest legitimacy. Liang Qingwen is there, still adjusting his collar. He looks up. He sees his son. Then he sees the girl standing slightly behind him. He recognizes her immediately, the student who placed first. He had been told his son had no romantic interests. He had believed that at the time. He reassesses rapidly with the particular swiftness of a father who has been kept in the dark and is choosing not to make a scene about it. Liang Qingwen introduces himself. She bows. He produces the suit. His son takes it to the back office to change. Alone with Zhu Wangxing for 2 minutes, Liang Qingwen does what fathers do. Harmless small talk while conducting a rapid private evaluation. She is polite. She is calm. She has the kind of self-possession that usually takes people 30 years to develop. He finds himself thinking, not for the first time today, that his son is perhaps not as oblivious as he appears. The suit emerges. His father straightens the collar and says he looks like a capable person. He says the woman they are about to meet is difficult. He adds that he is very optimistic about his son's ability. They leave the building and walk toward the wedding dress shop. On the other side of the street, Duan Shu and Liu Jiang happen to be in the area. Liu Jiang spots them first, the young man in a sharp black suit, and beside him, Zhu Wangxing in a white dress in the afternoon light. Duan Shu freezes. He has invited her out multiple times. She has declined everyone. And yet here she is, walking beside someone else, laughing at something, the distance between them easy and unguarded. Something he had dismissed as unlikely looks, from across the street, entirely inevitable. He watches until they turn the corner. They arrive at Chubai wedding. Reception staff shows them to a waiting area. After a short pause, the designer appears. Her name is Pei Ran. Red waves, red lips, a black dress that communicates immediately that she operates by her own standards and schedules. Liang Jing stands. He introduces himself and the company. Pei Ran looks at him the way a professional looks at someone who has arrived in a suit, slightly too large, with confidence slightly too large as well. She does not take his offered hand. She sits without ceremony. He watches all of this, and then, calmly, sits across from her. She is not interested in pleasantries. She asks what he wants. He asks what he should call her. She gives an English name, Olivia. He says it back to her easily without performing familiarity. Then he simply says it is a good name. She is caught off guard by the absence of flattery in his voice. He produces the agreement from his bag and slides it across the table without explanation. She reads. The terms are structured as a sliding discount. Based on monthly order volume, the discount increases. 50 orders, 93%. 100, 90%. 200, 85. She looks up and tells him this is a gambling agreement. He corrects her, precisely and without condescension, on the legal definition. She is quiet after that. Not convinced, but quieter. She studies him for a moment with the expression of someone recalibrating their initial read. He is younger than expected. He speaks with more precision than expected. He knows her brand, not just its name but its geography, its history, its character. 8 branches, built from her own designs. A deliberate choice to stay in Nanjiang. He had done the research before making a single call. He has not encountered that in someone his age. She realizes. She asks, testing now, why she should partner with a company that does not yet officially exist. He does not hesitate. He says, because the best time to board a ship is in the harbor, not the open sea. She almost smiles. He continues. LV Pi will be the first to build this kind of integrated photography experience in this market. First movers set the terms. If she joins now, she helps define the industry. If she waits, she follows someone else's definition. And as for the company's long-term ambition, he looks directly at her and says 4 words. Financing, listing, going public. Pei Ran sets down the agreement. She considers him carefully. Then she picks up the pen. She does not believe the listing claim. She is a practical woman, and she knows what is realistic for a company of this size. But she believes something else entirely. She believes this young man will, in fact, build something. The concept is sound. The energy behind it is real. She signs the contract. She stands and extends her hand. He takes it. The room has shifted, from skepticism to something approaching respect. She hands the signed agreement to Zhu Wangxing, who takes it with both hands and holds it carefully, like a document she already understands the significance of. Pei Ran glances between the two of them, the young man and the girl with the careful posture, and makes an observation designed to read the room. His company, she notes approvingly, has a no-office romance policy. He laughs without hesitation and confirms it warmly. Pei Ran walks them to the door. After they leave, one of her employees approaches. A classmate of theirs apparently recognized them from the lobby and mentioned something to the staff. Pei Ran listens. She receives the information that they are high school students. She is still for a moment. Then she smiles. She had been outmaneuvered by a teenager, one who had called her office, researched her brand, rented a suit, and brought a secretary to the meeting. Interesting, she says softly to herself. Just interesting. On the street outside, Zhu Wangxing turns on him immediately. She hadn't known she was supposed to actually be his secretary. And she had actually done it. She is laughing despite herself, unable to decide whether to be impressed or exasperated, and landing at both simultaneously. He tells her she was perfect. She tells him he is maddening. She holds out the bag with the agreement and refuses to let go. He asks her something he has been wondering about for weeks. Why does she always walk half a step behind him? She says she doesn't know. She got turned around in a direction she didn't know well and just fell into the habit. He pushes. They have walked together many times. She says she doesn't remember the streets. He looks at her. She is not meeting his eyes. Something in the specific shape of her avoidance makes him feel suddenly that he is standing at the edge of something he is not prepared for. He pulls back. He tells her he is going to change out of the suit, and then they are going to KFC as promised. She nods. They walk on. The subject is set aside. It will not stay set aside forever. The evening finds them at the restaurant, face to face over plastic trays in the fluorescent warmth of a fast food booth. It is nothing. It is also, somehow, everything. She orders carefully with the consideration of someone managing a budget. He watches and says nothing about it. She offers to pay. He declines. They talk about the magazine, her next story, the blog platform he described. The conversation is easy and unhurried. Outside, the evening closes in on Nanjiang, on the small apartment buildings and grocery stores and police boxes they passed earlier. He does not think about the love letter, or the assembly, or the review he still has to write. He is simply here. She is simply here. For a short while, that is entirely sufficient. Later, returning to the community, Liang Jing finds his grandmother waiting outside the building. She has come from the countryside unannounced, carrying plums from the garden and fresh eggs. He sees her from down the street and starts running. She watches him come and holds out her arms. He reaches her and something in him that has been careful all day unclenches briefly. She holds his face and looks at him. She notes he has gotten taller. He says she looks the same. They both know the lie, but they choose it, because some lies are more loving than the truth. He is about to take her upstairs when he remembers Zhu Wangxing. He excuses himself for one moment and steps back to the street. He finds her still nearby. He apologizes. His grandmother has arrived from the countryside unexpectedly, and he cannot treat her to dinner tonight. She tells him it is fine. She genuinely means it. He watches her say goodbye. The particular way she says it, the small formal wave, and something about the plainness of her generosity catches him off guard. She turns. She walks. He watches until she is gone. He does not know that his grandmother has followed him to the entrance. He does not know that the old woman is standing a few feet away, watching the girl in the white dress walk down the street in the lamplight. Grandmother does not need to be told anything. The way the girl stood, the way she waited, the way she left without complaint. Grandmother watches until the white dress disappears. She says nothing at all, because she doesn't need to. But Zhu Wangxing has not gone far. She's barely out of the community gate when a voice calls after her, warm, certain, slightly out of breath. The grandmother has come outside. She recognizes her immediately. The girl from earlier that day, who had helped her when she stumbled near the supermarket entrance, who waited and sat with her. Grandmother takes Zhu Wangxing's hand in both of hers. She looks at her face the way old people look at young people they have decided to love on first acquaintance, with a directness that bypasses all usual formality. She says, "You must come inside and eat with us." Zhu Wangxing hesitates. Grandmother does not release her hand. This, it turns out, is not a negotiation. It is an announcement. Inside the apartment, the pieces of the day click together. Zhu Wangxing understands. The old woman who fell, whom she helped, is Liang Jing's grandmother, and the snow cake she was offered, the chair that appeared for her by the supermarket entrance, the long, patient wait, all of it was this woman, circling toward connection without quite knowing what she was circling toward. Liang Jing stands in the middle of the room trying to reconstruct the timeline and finding that it keeps coming out the same way. His grandmother, her kindness, the street, the apartment building, his door. Some chains of cause are simply inexorable. The grandmother beams. She says she likes this girl. The room becomes briefly, helplessly warm. The warmth of a small household that has just admitted, without anyone agreeing to it, that something has shifted. The world has rearranged one of its corners and left behind an arrangement that feels, oddly, more correct than what came before. Zhu Wangxing sits. Grandmother sits. The family finds its shape around the table, leaving room for a presence that arrived by accident and stays because no one has the heart to do otherwise. Later, walking the corridor, Liang Jing thinks about patterns. In his previous life, his connection with Zhu Wangxing was severed and never repaired. Now, in this life, something keeps pushing them together. The grandmother who happened to be passing. The supermarket entrance. The assignment that landed them at the same desk. He is not the kind of person who believes in fate as a rule, but he is beginning to suspect that certain configurations are stickier than others, that some people are simply meant to stay in the picture. Down on the street, Duan Shu has not been idle. He and Liu Jiang have spent the afternoon turning over what they saw. The suit, the wedding dress shop, the easy way they moved together. He convinces himself it means nothing, that Zhu Wangxing simply happened to be nearby. He has a plan now. Liu Jiang nods along. This is, he has learned, the fastest route to the end of these conversations. The dinner is simple and abundant. Zhou Yingchun has cooked, and grandmother has already claimed her seat and begun issuing opinions on the food, the apartment, and the speed of city life, with the authority of a woman who built her own house with her own hands. She turns the full beam of her attention on Zhu Wangxing and begins asking about her family. 2 people, Zhu Wangxing answers, her mother and herself. Grandmother is quiet for a moment. Then she serves her more rice. There are things an old woman understands that do not require explanation. The conversation moves through the terrain that family meals always navigate. The careful, the tender, and the accidentally revealing. Grandmother has taken a position on Zhu Wangxing that is not subtle. She addresses her with the familiarity of someone who has already completed a calculation that everyone else in the room is still pretending not to have noticed. Liang Qingwen and Zhou Yingchun exchange glances across the table. The young woman sitting across from their son is calm, warm, and quietly extraordinary. The meal stretches on pleasantly. Grandmother keeps the conversation moving, asking Zhu Wangxing about cooking, about her studies, about whether she likes braised pork ribs. When Zhu Wangxing says yes, grandmother turns to Liang Jing with bright eyes and suggests he learn to cook for her. He nearly chokes. Zhu Wangxing's face disappears briefly behind a glass of water. The table holds the moment with warmth and perfect timing. After dinner, the adults settle into the living room. Grandmother and Zhou Yingchun talk about the village, about old neighbors. Liang Qingwen sits with the quiet satisfaction of a man who has reached the end of a complicated day and found it ended well. Zhu Wangxing and Liang Jing sit slightly apart from the others, not by arrangement, just by the natural gravity that has been pulling them toward the same coordinates for months. When it is time to leave, he walks her down from the apartment and out to the street. The night is quiet, the lamps are on. He apologizes gently for his grandmother, for the things she said at the table, for her particular brand of unsubtle affection. Zhu Wangxing laughs and says there is nothing to apologize for. He says his grandmother has been worried about him his whole life. It is her nature. She tells him she plans to study hard and not get married next year. He laughs. She laughs. The street holds them for a moment longer than it needs to. But the moment is interrupted. A voice from the lobby, sharp and surprised. Zhu Jinfu, her father, is standing in the entrance, trying to understand what his daughter is doing outside this apartment building at this hour. Zhu Wangxing straightens immediately. She apologizes. She explains. A study group, an old woman who needed help, an invitation impossible to refuse. It is half true, and she knows it. Her father looks at Liang Jing with the measured skepticism of a man who was once 17 himself. The question in his expression is one that does not require words. Liang Jing meets it steadily. Across the city, Duanshu is watching a drama through someone else's account. Liu Jiang has arranged coverage. The girl he has been pursuing has apparently had dinner with Liang Jing's family, the grandmother, the parents, the whole arrangement. Duanshu processes this with the particular stillness of someone who has received news that was not unexpected but is not welcome. He begins to compose a message. He has people whose help he has not yet asked for. Shen Youchu is one of those people. She is a classmate with steady grades and a quiet authority among the other students. She also has a mother, Shen Jingchu, whose reputation is well established. She once stationed herself at the school gate for 3 consecutive days to discourage a boy following her daughter. Nobody who witnessed it forgot it quickly. Duanshu is counting on that reputation now. He files the information through the appropriate channel and waits. What he does not anticipate is the speed of the outcome. The apartment building door opens before Liang Jing can compose a graceful exit. Shen Jingshu steps out. She takes in the scene, scanning, assessing, landing on the most relevant data point. She addresses her daughter first. Then she turns to Liang Jing and asks who he is. He introduces himself with the composure of someone who has already been in enough difficult rooms today to have used up his nervousness. Class representative, classmate, friend. Shen Youchu speaks carefully, defending the situation without revealing more than necessary. Liang Jing had helped her grandmother. The family extended an invitation, a simple sequence of ordinary events. Shen Jingqiu listens with her face set in the expression of a woman willing to believe the literal facts while remaining skeptical of the larger implication. She is not cruel about it. She is precise. She tells them clearly. This is the senior year, the most important year, and students should be spending their energy accordingly. Liang Jing nods. He says he understands. He means it. He watches Shen Jingshu turn and lead Zhu Wangxing towards the building. At the bottom of the steps, Zhu Wangxing glances back. It is a small look, quick and quiet, carrying more weight than anything said in the last 5 minutes. He watches her until the door closes. Then he hops up onto the edge of the flower bed and sits for a moment, looking down at nothing in particular. From the street nearby, Duanshu watches him sit there. Liang Jing senses them before he turns. He rotates slowly, finds them exactly where he expected, and delivers something mild and accurate about how boring they are. Duanshu stands. The air between them has the quality of 2 people who have decided, without explicitly agreeing, to be honest with each other for 1 minute. Liang Jing lights a cigarette and says he finds the whole situation faintly tedious. He tells Duanshu, without cruelty, that he and Zhu Wangxing are in a classmate relationship, and then he adds, it would be wise to stay in one, because some things, once changed, cannot be changed back. He drops off the fence and walks away. Duanshu stands on the pavement after he leaves, processing. He has heard enough between the lines to understand that Liang Jing is choosing, very deliberately, the pace at which he moves. Which means the field has not closed, but it is narrowing. He throws his cigarette to the ground and starts walking. He has plans to make. Liu Jiang follows, talking. Duanshu is already somewhere else in his mind, thinking about what kind of move changes the terms of a situation that is moving too fast in the wrong direction. He is not the kind of person who gives up easily. He is also, unfortunately for him, the kind of person who is used to winning, and who therefore has not yet fully reckoned with what it costs to pursue someone who was never really available. That reckoning is still ahead of him. Tonight, he is simply walking and planning, and telling himself there is still time. Back in his room, Liang Jing opens his textbooks and tries to settle his mind into the evening's study plan. The ancient poems, the physics schedule, the weekly targets. He is good at this, the deliberate imposition of structure onto the day's disorder. He opens to the right page. He reads the first line. His mind goes somewhere else entirely. He reads the first line again. Downstairs, Zhou Yingchun relays the evening's encounter to Liang Qingwen in a low voice. She has seen Shen Jingchu at school events. Not an easy woman. Liang Qingwen absorbs this, he thinks. Then he says something almost philosophical, about how the hardest relationships are often the most worth navigating, and how understanding a difficult situation makes a man who can handle anything. Zhou Yingchun stares at him. She asks where he heard that. He says their son told him. She is quiet for a moment. Then she says, "Our son is going to give us a lot to worry about." Liang Qingwen smiles and says yes, he is. The apartment settles into the ordinary quiet of an evening that has, in its small way, rearranged things. Later, when the apartment is still, grandmother comes to find Liang Jing in his room. She knocks softly and sits at the edge of his bed, the way she has always done since he was small. Not to lecture, but simply to be present. She takes his hand. The lamp is low. Outside, Nanjiang goes on in its ordinary night sounds. She tells him she has something she wants to say to him. He waits. It is late. The room is still. She is holding something carefully. The way people hold things they have carried for a long time and finally decided to set down. She speaks his name, and then she calls him by a different name, a name that belongs to another life. A name she should not know. The room goes quiet in a different way. He looks at her. She looks back. The lamp between them is very small. The city outside goes on with its ordinary indifference, unaware that in this particular room, in this particular moment, something is being acknowledged that cannot be unacknowledged. Grandmother has always known things she should not know. She has always watched him with an attention that went slightly past the ordinary love of grandmothers, and into something older and less easily named. He has never asked her about it. Some questions are not questions. They are doors, and once opened, they change the shape of the room on the other side. Tonight, she has opened the door herself. She is sitting on the edge of his bed in the lamplight, holding his hand, looking at him with the eyes of someone who has been waiting, patiently and without complaint, for him to be ready to hear what she knows. The night folds in around them both. Whatever passes between them in that room remains theirs. When Liang Jing eventually steps out into the corridor, the apartment is dark and still. He stands at the window for a long moment, looking at the street below, the things a grandmother carries, the things she knows without being told, the things that travel across lifetimes in the blood and the bone and the quiet attention of someone who loves you without reservation. The next few days move with the ordinary rhythm of senior year: study, class, canteen, review. But the encounter with Shen Jingxu has shifted something in the social geometry around him. In the building's lobby one afternoon, Zhu Jinfu appears again, her father, the bank employee, composed and watchful, looking at Liang Jing with the patient expression of a man who has decided to make an assessment before he decides what to do next. Zhu Wangxing is nearby, pretending not to be watching both of them. Her father asks a few quiet questions. He listens carefully to the answers. He does not reveal what he concludes. He nods once and walks away. Liang Jing stands in the lobby for a moment afterward, alone, trying to read the geometry of what just happened. He cannot quite tell if he passed. Across the city, Duan Shu and Liu Jiang are refining their strategy. The intel from inside the building is confirming what Duan Shu feared. The connection between Liang Jing and Zhu Wangxing has moved from classroom proximity into something involving families. That is a different register entirely. He cannot compete with a grandmother. He cannot compete with a dining table. So he adjusts his target. He has been cultivating a relationship with Shen Youchu's circle, using Liu Zhang's network carefully. He believes he can reroute the social current, redirect Zhu Wangxing's attention by changing the landscape around her. It is, he knows, a longer play. But he is patient by nature, and he has resources that Liang Jing, with his rented suit and his part-time business, does not. What Duan Shu does not account for is Shen Jingshu, who has her own opinions and her own methods, and does not take kindly to anyone using her daughter as a social chess piece. When the information eventually reaches her that someone in the boys' circle has been making arrangements without asking permission, the response is swift and decisive. She does not do things by halves. For now, though, the school days continue. Morning to evening, the structure of senior year holds everything inside its ordinary container. Classes and canteen and study hall and the brief window of freedom between them. Liang Jing sits at his desk and works through the equations. Zhu Wangxing, 3 rows away, writes something in her notebook. The distance between them is measured in footsteps and ordinary time, and the vast, uncrossable space of 2 people still pretending to be only classmates. Shen Youchu handles the situation with Duan Shu's machinations with the calm efficiency of someone who has had practice. She tells her mother nothing. She tells Liang Jing nothing either. But she rearranges certain social introductions quietly and without drama, so that the channels Duan Shu was relying on begin, one by one, to close. It is not retaliation. It is simply the maintenance of the world she prefers to inhabit. Liang Jing, for his part, continues doing what he does. He studies. He runs the early stages of Love Pi with his father. He writes his 3,000-word review for Principal Sun, which, knowing him, will be precise and eloquent and slightly subversive in ways that Sun will notice too late. He also, quietly and without announcing it to anyone, begins learning to cook. The evening study sessions continue. He and Zhu Wangxing at the table under the lamplight, their materials spread across the surface between them, the city quieting outside. Sometimes they talk. Sometimes they sit in the particular silence of 2 people who have discovered they do not need to fill every moment. He looks up occasionally without meaning to. She pretends not to notice. He pretends he did not look. And somewhere in the accumulation of all these ordinary hours, the basketball courts and chip bags and manuscript letters and family dinners, something is being built. Not announced. Not declared. Not yet even named, but present. The kind of thing that grows in the margins of the documented life, in the moments no one is watching closely, in the space between the last word of the evening and the first silence of the night. He turns off his lamp eventually. The desk is cleared. The plan for tomorrow is already set. He lies in the dark for a while, not sleeping, listening to the sound of the city finding its rest. There is a lot ahead. The college entrance exam, the company, the manuscript, the review, the 1,000 accumulated stakes of a senior year that feels, more than any year before it, like the edge of something real. But underneath all of it, running like a quiet current beneath the documented surface of his days, is the simpler fact of a girl who once reached into a bag of chips in the dark and pulled her hand back as if she had touched something more than she expected. He does not examine this too closely. He has learned recently that some things are better approached from the side, that looking directly at certain truths makes them harder to hold, not easier. So he lies in the dark, and he does not look directly at anything. He lets the day settle into its proper distances. Tomorrow the study plan resumes. Tomorrow the equations wait. Tomorrow Nanjiang wakes up the same as it always has. Ordinary, continuous, unremarkable, except for the small and accumulating fact that he is in it, And she is in it, and they are both, in their separate rooms and their separate silences, becoming more themselves than they were the day before. His grandmother had met her before. She said so with the particular satisfaction of someone who had been paying closer attention than anyone realized. She could tell, she said, that this Shen Youchu was more than a little interested. He told her not to read too much into it. She had only come to find him that morning because she needed a favor. She wanted help navigating the internet cafe, and she had not known where else to go. His grandmother looked at him the way grandmothers look at grandsons who are lying to themselves and doing it badly. She said, "A girl who stands outside someone's door for 4 or 5 hours is not running a simple errand." He had been hiding a key detail, even from himself. He had spent weeks insisting that Shen Youchu could not possibly like him. Then the novel appeared, and the initials, and the quiet accumulation of small gestures that did not add up to anything except one thing. He had pretended not to notice, because noticing would require him to decide, and deciding, for a man who had lived the way he had lived, was not a simple act. His grandmother set the book aside and looked at him steadily. She asked what his attitude was. She wanted a real answer. He thought about it for a moment. Then, because she was the one person he trusted enough to tell the truth, he decided to speak it. He told her about depression, not as a clinical term, but as a shape he recognized. A person who turns every feeling inward, who carries the weight of their own sensitivity like a stone. His grandmother's face shifted. She said Shen Youchu did not look like that kind of child. He said that was often how it looked from outside. He said he did not plan to pursue anything, not because he did not feel something, but because he was not sure he was capable of being what that person needed. His grandmother waited. He found the words. He said plainly he was not a good person, not in the way that mattered here. He had spent his previous life treating people as pieces on a board, useful, interchangeable, manageable. He had never been cruel deliberately. But he had never been present either. The women who had come close to him had wanted something from his position, and he had let them want it without giving them anything real in return. That kind of numbness does not vanish because you are reborn into a different year. He knew what he was. He had learned it across decades of accumulation. He was sharp and strategic and capable of extraordinary things. But he did not know how to be someone's person. Not in the way Shen Youchu deserved. And Shen Youchu, sensitive and solitary and carrying a wound that had never fully closed, was precisely the kind of person who would go to extremes if the person they loved turned out to be hollow. He was not willing to be the reason for that. His grandmother nodded slowly. She understood. She did not agree with him entirely, but she understood. She stood and told him gently that she did not understand all of it. She was old, not ignorant, but she knew one thing. Real feeling was rare and worth protecting, even when the timing was wrong. She said goodnight. He watched her leave, then turned to the window and lit a cigarette. Below, the street was quiet. He thought about the word she had used. True. He turned it over slowly. He thought about the shape of Shen Youchu's love, young and clean and uncomplicated in a way nothing in his own life had ever been. Across the city, in the bank staff apartment, Shen Youchu came home. His mother was already on the sofa, a can of beer in hand, eyes half closed. She called out when she heard the door. He answered quietly. He told her about a classmate, kept it small, kept it safe. Then he set his bag down and reached for his notebook. His fingers hovered over the pages. He was trembling slightly. Not from cold. His mother looked at the notebook. She looked at him. She could read a room even through alcohol. She asked who JL was. He did not answer right away. His long fingers went still. The color left them at the knuckles where he was gripping the cover. His eyes were red, not from crying yet, but from the effort of not starting. In that apartment, every feeling he had was monitored. Every breath that moved in the wrong direction became a conversation he did not know how to survive. She said his name. He answered. His voice was smaller than usual. Yes, he said. She asked if he was still chasing after that boy. He bit his lip. He was quiet for a long count of seconds. Then he said yes. She threw the beer can. The sound of it hitting the floor was very loud in a small apartment. She told him she had forbidden this. Early love, wasted focus, the wrong direction entirely. He said, carefully, that he and Liang Chen were not in love. He was not going to fall in love. He promised. She looked at him from the sofa with the particular fury of a mother who suspects she is being managed by her own child. He told her, I have done everything you asked. I have given you everything. I am almost an adult. Can I not have a single thought that is my own? She raised her hand. He closed his eyes. His body went still, prepared for the impact. It did not come. Her hand stopped mid-air and stayed there. Something moved through her. Not kindness exactly, but memory. The recognition that she was repeating something she had promised herself she would never repeat. The hand came down slowly. She said nothing. He opened his eyes and looked at her. The room was very quiet. Later, alone, he sat with the broken notebook on the floor around him. The cover had been torn. The pages were scattered. He picked one up, a fragment from the first chapter. He had written, in 1996, the city was built with gold. He read the line and felt himself pulled back into that year. His parents had finalized their divorce. He had been 6 years old. He had asked his father if his grandparents didn't want him either. His mother had turned entirely to alcohol after that. The apartment grew darker season by season. One afternoon she broke something, a bowl, a glass, something that shattered, and he had run. He was 6. He ran until he didn't know which street he was on. He hid beneath a bridge, hunched in the riverbed hollow, crying the way children cry when they have exhausted every other option. Then he heard something, a boy's voice, carrying through the concrete. The voice belonged to someone chasing another boy across the embankment above. The footsteps stopped. A face appeared at the edge, looking down. The boy jumped into the riverbed without hesitation and walked toward him across the stones. He looked at Shen Youchu and said, "You're prettier than most of the girls I know. Why are you crying in a ditch?" He held out a jar. Inside was a small creature. He called it a hamster-frog hybrid with the authority of a boy who had named many things. He asked if Shen Youchu recognized a centipede. He said it was poisonous. He recommended releasing it. The evening was coming in slow, soft, and orange over the whole city. The boy climbed back up and said he would show him the way home. He promised not to let him get lost again. He asked Shen Youchu his name. Then he gave his own, in Chinese, then in a cheerful English self-introduction that made no particular sense, but seemed entirely sincere. "Jingling," he said. "No, Liang. I put my surname first." From the 2nd grade onward, Shen Youchu had followed this boy with a bright, careless smile through 12 years of ordinary and extraordinary days. He had watched him play in the school basketball team as a substitute who never got on the court. He had overheard him singing at a festival and been surprised by it. At Christmas, the rest of the class had decorated the tree together while he played piano alone, staying after everyone else had gone home. He had chosen science over literature in his 2nd year, simply because a familiar name appeared on the class list. 12 years. The same orbit. The same pull. And the other person had never once looked up to notice. That love, patient and invisible and long, had become the architecture of everything he wrote. Every character who waited. Every protagonist who gave without asking. Every ending that cost something. He reached down and picked up one more page from the floor. He did not throw it away. He placed it in a glass jar on the shelf, a jar that was slowly filling with small saved things, private things, things that had no name yet but needed to be kept. The novel was broken, but the feeling that had made it was not. Monday arrived. Back at school, back at the desk, back to the ordinary rhythm. Su Hongjie appeared beside him almost immediately. School uniform open at the chest in a way that suggested deliberate rebellion or accidental laundry failure. He was grinning. He had something to show. He produced 2 phones from his pockets, a Motorola and a Nokia. One of them was familiar. The narrator recognized it. He asked how his Nokia had ended up in Su Hongjae's possession. Su Hongjae explained, with minimal guilt, that both phones had been confiscated in a recent school sweep. He had gone into the teaching center the previous evening, while no one was watching, and quietly swapped the confiscated phones for decoy models. The narrator accepted the Nokia without comment, but pointed out that if anyone asked, Su Hongjae had used his name as cover. Su Hongjae seemed to consider this a reasonable arrangement. He said there was a word for this kind of friendship. The narrator suggested the word was exploitation. Su Hongjae said it was loyalty. He asked if the narrator wanted to keep the Nokia or upgrade. The narrator opened his uniform pocket. There was a red card inside. Su Hongjae stared at it. He asked if that was stolen from the narrator's parents. The narrator looked at him and said, "I earned it." He had helped his parents set up the company's initial framework. In exchange, they had agreed to give him a percentage of early profits. The company was almost operational. The first real money was close. Su Hongjae sat with this information for a moment, recalibrating his understanding of the last several weeks. Su Hongjae said it sounded like the narrator was about to get very rich very fast and offered to invest. The narrator said no. Su Hongjae asked why. The narrator said, because mixing money with friendship was how you lost both. Su Hongjae said that was a remarkably cynical view for someone his age. The narrator said experience was a faster teacher than age. Su Hongjae shrugged and accepted a cigarette as a consolation. The days passed. Something had changed between the narrator and Shen Youchu. A slight withdrawal, a careful new distance, not hostile, but reduced, less shared. The stone table in the old school district sat empty more often than not. Shen Youchu arrived at school one morning clearly not having slept. He said nothing about it. He took out a book and began working. The narrator asked once. Shen Youchu shook his head once. Then, quietly, he told him, "I may not be able to continue helping you study." Something had happened at home the night before. His mother had seen something, guessed something, and drawn a line. He apologized with his eyes before he finished the sentence. The narrator said it was fine. He said he would manage on his own schedule. They sat in the same silence after that, different now, thinner at the edges. The class noticed. Liu Jiang said Shen Youchu and the narrator seemed to have broken up, a joke that landed wrong on everyone who heard it, including the person it was about. Liu Ruyan, who had always watched the space between the two of them with the particular attention of someone who wanted to occupy it, felt something loosen in his chest. He moved closer. He performed concern he did not quite feel. He thought he saw an opening. What he had done, sending his cousin with a stick to an internet cafe, had only accelerated his own irrelevance. He knew it. He sat with the knowledge like a pebble in a shoe, small, constant, impossible to ignore. He had not succeeded in separating them. He had only succeeded in embarrassing himself. Duan Shu, meanwhile, had landed on the same side of the ledger for different reasons. He watched the distance grow between the narrator and Shen Youchu, and told himself it was proof he had been right all along, that they were incompatible, that the connection had been superficial. He watched Shen Youchu move through the days and tried to feel relieved. Then the class teacher arrived with news. Guo Ling walked in carrying a paper knife and wearing the expression of a man about to announce something that would please him far more than anyone else. He said holiday. The class erupted into the particular chaos of students who have been tightly wound for weeks and suddenly feel the tension release. 7 days. Starting tomorrow afternoon. He handed Shen Youchu a stack of study materials to print for distribution, the kind of task assigned to the student you trust most absolutely. Shen Youchu stood. Several boys simultaneously invented reasons why they could not possibly go along to help. Guoling looked at them with the weary recognition of a man who has taught long enough to know exactly what Sima Zhao's intentions look like. The narrator thought about the distance that had opened up between them. He turned it over quietly. He had already guessed at the cause. Shen Youchu's mother had intervened, drawn a border, made a rule, and Shen Youchu had chosen, quietly and without complaint, to honor it. This was not cowardice. This was the calculus of someone who had learned very young that the cost of going against his mother was too high to pay. The narrator accepted this. He even thought it was probably the right call. What he had not fully accounted for was what it cost Shen Youchu to make it. The particular loneliness of retreating from the one person who had made the days feel lighter. In the printing room, the machine jammed. Shen Youchu tried to clear it correctly. It did not respond to correctness. The narrator stepped in, assessed the situation for approximately 2 seconds, and kicked the machine with authority. It resumed working immediately. Shen Youchu looked at his feet. Then he looked up. Something almost like a laugh moved through him, the first crack in the careful, neutral expression he had been holding for days. The narrator saw it. He noticed that Shen Youchu had not laughed in a while, and that he had apparently been more aware of this than he had admitted to himself. Some distances, it turned out, were harder to maintain from the inside than the outside. He cleared his throat. He said he was writing a youth novel. He said the male lead's mother disapproved of the relationship. He said the female lead could not let go. He asked, looking somewhere past the narrator's shoulder, how should this plot develop? The narrator almost laughed. He recognized the question for what it was, and admired it, in spite of himself, for its precision. He said, first establish whether the male lead is worth it. Otherwise the female lead looks immature. Shen Youchu absorbed this. He thought for a long time, about years of waiting, about small kindnesses accumulated quietly, about an evening beneath a street lamp that had felt, just briefly, like the beginning of something. He said, worth it. The narrator asked, if it's worth it, where does the plot go next? He asked why the mother objected. Shen Youchu said, overprotection. The narrator asked why the overprotection. Shen Youchu said, her own experience. The narrator said, then the female lead should listen to her mother. The mother is the only family she has. Because until the female lead can stand on her own, economically, personally, ideologically, she does not yet have the foundation to fight for what she wants. What looks like love, at this stage, is also dependence. And the narrator was not going to tell him that. He was going to let the story say it instead. Shen Youchu went quiet. He understood what had just happened. Not the surface of it, the deeper current underneath. The narrator had used the novel to answer a question Shen Youchu had been too careful to ask directly. He had not told him to give up. He had told him what independence meant and why it mattered. And in doing so, he had quietly, without saying so, told him that the feeling between them was not nothing, just not yet. The narrator continued. He said, the heroine's best move for now is to pour everything into the college entrance exam, to build the independence that makes all future choices possible. Shen Youchu listened. He nodded slowly, not the nod of someone being convinced, but of someone who had already known the answer and needed to hear it from a voice outside their own head. The study materials printed. They carried the heavy stack back to the classroom together. Guo Ling announced the holiday schedule. The room exhaled. There was a moment, in the noise and shuffling, where the narrator and Shen Youchu stood close without speaking. Neither of them looked directly at the other. But the distance between them had changed, not closed, but different. Something had been said that could not be unsaid. Something had been understood that could not be unknown. The holiday began. The city loosened. Streets that had been moving at school term pace slowed into something more human. People lingered. Tourists wandered in larger numbers. The air in Nanjiang had the particular quality of a place that is designed to make visitors feel that time here runs differently than time at home. The days passed quietly, each one a little more open than the last. Su Hongjie spotted her first. He grabbed the narrator's arm and pointed toward a second-hand electronics shop. There, moving slowly along the display cases, was a girl in a school uniform. The shape of her was unmistakable. They walked closer. Shen Youchu looked up and saw them. She was looking for a laptop, she said. Something portable enough to write on, affordable enough to actually buy. She had 400 yen. She had been in the shop for some time without finding what she needed. The narrator and Su Hongjie fell into step behind her without being asked. He recognized what she was doing immediately. She was pursuing economic independence the only way she currently could, with the money she had, in a market that was not particularly friendly to people who did not know what they were looking at. She had 400 yen and very specific requirements. Su Hongjie waited outside with a cigarette. Inside, the narrator navigated the shop with her, steering her away from the overpriced and the unreliable, past the salesman who smelled inexperience and moved toward it. He did not take over. He simply stood close enough that the salesman factored him into their calculations. She found what she needed eventually. A second-hand machine, within budget, legitimately functional. She bought it without being cheated, which in that particular computer city was an achievement worth noting. Outside, Su Hongjie asked if the narrator and Shen Youchu were back to normal. The narrator told him it was complicated. Su Hongjie said it did not look complicated from where he was standing. The narrator said that was because Su Hongjie was not standing anywhere particularly informative. Then he asked, almost without thinking, how things were going with Wang Xiaoyue. Su Hongjie's face did something involuntary. He denied everything. Then he admitted everything. He said the love letter, the one the narrator had written, the one Su Hongjie had supposedly sent to Shen Youchu, but had actually routed through Wang Xiaoyue, had produced unexpected results. Wang Xiaoyue had responded. They had talked. She was interesting. He was, against his own predictions, genuinely interested. The narrator laughed. He thought about Wang Xiaoyue's future, the reunion that had been mentioned years from now, the husband, the unhappiness, the life that had not been what it could have been. He thought, maybe this time it doesn't have to go that way. He thought about the butterfly effect. Small decisions, slightly different outcomes, a whole life gently rerouted. He did not say any of this out loud. He shook his cigarette ash and said only, "Be good to her." Su Hongjie said he intended to. Then the fat shopkeeper from the electronics stall appeared in the doorway behind them. He had followed them out. He had more to say. The shopkeeper had tried to pressure Shen Youchu into a worse deal at a higher price, dangling his QQ number as a bonus, blocking her exit with his body. She had looked up to call for help, just as a hand closed firmly around the back of the shopkeeper's collar. Su Hongjie had not waited for an invitation. He positioned himself between the man and Shen Youchu, with the calm efficiency of someone who has done this kind of thing before. The shopkeeper reassessed the situation. The situation resolved. They left the computer city with the laptop and without further incident. Later, at an intersection, the narrator produced the Motorola that had been sitting in his pocket, the second phone Su Hongjie had liberated from the school's confiscation room. He held it out to Shen Youchu. She looked at it for a long moment without taking it. He said, "Consider it a business arrangement. When your blog gets popular, you can help with advertising copy." She thought about this framing carefully. It was not charity if it was an exchange. She accepted it. She said good morning and thank you in a voice that suggested she was aware of how formal that sounded and was unable to help it. He told her she was heading in the wrong direction. She was going the wrong way home. She recalculated and turned. He watched her find her bearings. He thought, good girl. The moment had the quality of something that would be remembered, not because anything dramatic had happened, but because it was entirely ordinary and felt, inexplicably, like enough. Su Hongjie appeared from behind, already composing something under his breath. He called after Shen Youchu. Then he turned back, grinning, and said the famous phrase. The narrator shook his head and started walking. National Day. The city moved faster during the holiday. Louder, more tourist-heavy, more everything. For a travel photography company that had been built on the premise that 2008 was the right year to exist, this was the test. The narrator arrived at the office at 9. 3 employees were deep in a spirited argument about territory. They snapped to attention when he walked in. He did not scold them. He asked about orders. 2 groups were active. 3 were idle. He pushed open the office door and sat down to think. His father was on the phone when he arrived, negotiating with another agency, trying to route tourists toward the company's photography packages. The call ended. Mu Qingwen looked up and laughed when he saw his son. He said he had thought for a moment he was being managed by his own employee. The narrator told him that was more or less accurate. He asked how many orders had come in. His father gave the number. The narrator told him they needed to triple it before the holiday ended. His father said that was a lot. His son said yes. He explained the solution. Part-time college students, paid by result, 80 yen per day as a base, 200 for every successful order closed. In 2008, the average part-time rate for a student was 10 to 20 yuan. This offer was not just competitive, it was startling. His father did the arithmetic. His expression changed. He looked at his son across the desk and said, "You thought of this yourself?" The narrator said he had. His father said he was giving him 10% of the holiday profits. The narrator said it seemed a little low. His father laughed and increased it. He left the company in his father's hands and stayed in the office himself, studying. He was working through listening materials when his phone rang. His father, from the print shop, calling to say the promotional poster was blank. He had forgotten the text. Could the narrator come up with something? The narrator said, "Give me a minute." He hung up. He stared at the ceiling. He was supposed to be reading. He was now writing advertising copy. He picked up his pen and started anyway. He wrote 2 lines. Then he crossed them out. Then he wrote 2 more. The promotional language needed to sound effortless. The kind of sentence that lodged in the ear without seeming to try. He was better at this than he expected. He was also distracted, because his phone was showing a new message in QQ. On the other side of the city, Shen Youchu had been watching the QQ interface for hours. He had one contact. He had been waiting for that contact to appear online since the previous night. He typed carefully. He asked for help, not with anything complicated, just a sentence, a promotional slogan, something with light and landscape and beauty. He hesitated before sending it. Then he sent it. The narrator saw the message. He read it twice. He had been struggling with the slogan for 20 minutes. He had been asked to write essentially the same thing, just from a different angle. He thought about this coincidence with the quiet amusement of a man who has stopped being surprised by the ways that his life and Shen Youchu's life kept finding the same coordinates. He typed a reply. Shen Youchu replied within 30 seconds. The exchange went back and forth, quick, comfortable, the way conversation moves between 2 people who have already established the rhythm. Shen Youchu sent a slogan. The narrator said it was good. Shen Youchu said it was also the company's new tagline, effective immediately. The narrator said his English needed work. Shen Youchu said his literary sense needed work. The narrator laughed at his phone screen in an empty office. Then his father called again to ask why nothing had been sent yet. He sent the slogan. His father approved it immediately and went to the printer. The narrator put down the phone, opened QQ again and typed, "I have to go. You keep writing your novel." Shen Youchu did not reply right away. When he did, he said, "Okay." Then a beat later, "Thank you for the computer." The narrator closed the app and went back to studying. Later that evening, Shen Youchu's mother knocked on his door and told him she had to go to Chongqing for a training program. She would be gone for a few days. She said, Eat the food in the refrigerator. Ask son uncle if anything comes up. He watched her pull her luggage out the door and said, "Be careful." After the fight, the silence between them had held for a while. But gradually his mother's rigidity had softened. She had not changed her position entirely, but the force behind it had reduced. From a wall to a boundary, from a boundary to an understanding. And somewhere in that shift, her son had found a little more room to breathe. He went back to the computer. There was a new message in the chat window. He smiled when he saw it. He replied. He said, "I was helping my mother. Sorry for the delay." The narrator replied, "I knew you weren't ignoring me." He said, "Continue studying. I won't bother you." Shen Youchu sat quietly in the apartment for a moment after that. Then he turned back to the screen and started to write. At noon, a staff member knocked on the office door. There was a boy outside, yellow hair, loose suit, who said he was looking for the narrator. The narrator remembered his father mentioning a visitor who had claimed to know him. He told them to send him in. The boy who appeared in the doorway was the monkey, Liu Ruyan, from the internet cafe. He had grown slightly taller since the bar incident, and slightly more composed. The composure was new. The grin underneath it was not. He said he had been looking for the narrator for a while. He had heard through Su Hongjie that a new company had been established. He wanted to follow him. He did not have a precise explanation for why. He said, "You're the kind of person worth following." He said it with the specific, slightly embarrassing sincerity of a 16-year-old who has decided something and is not going to back down from it. The narrator asked him what he was good at. Liu Ruyan said, "Talking." The narrator asked what else. Liu Ruyan said, "Being seen." He meant it as a practical skill. He was not easy to ignore, and he was not afraid to approach strangers. The narrator looked at him. This was, in fact, exactly what a marketing role required. He decided not to say that immediately. He asked Liu Ruyan's age. 16. He asked why he had dropped out of school. Liu Ruyan said he had dropped out to make his own path. He said it with the bravado of someone who has committed to a story and intends to stick to it. The narrator asked him to tell the real version. After a pause, Liu Ruyan did. His father had died young. His mother had remarried. He had been raised by grandparents who were aging into fragility. The neighborhood had not been gentle. There had been a fight, a stool, a medical bill, a decision to leave school before the school could define him. He had come to work because staying still felt like surrender. He did not want to burden anyone. He wanted to build something with his hands before those hands got too careful to risk anything. The narrator listened. He felt genuine sympathy. He also could not give him a job based on sympathy alone. He asked about the grandfather. Liu Ruyan said he was still moving, still working odd jobs, still essentially functional. Something in his voice when he said it told the whole story more honestly than the words did. The narrator picked up the promotional flyer from his desk and slid it across. He asked Liu Ruyan what was wrong with it. Liu Ruyan looked it over without rushing. He said, "The tourists don't know there's a lottery unless they stop, and they won't stop unless something makes them stop. You need a performance element, something visible from a distance. Something that creates a crowd before anyone knows why they're gathering." The narrator looked at him differently. That was a real observation. He asked what a performance would cost. Liu Ruyan walked through the calculation. Venue, personnel, equipment. He acknowledged the costs were prohibitive for a company this new, but he was already pivoting before the narrator could object. He said, "I might know a way to solve the equipment problem. There's someone, a former singer, a bar that closed down. He's trying to leave Nanjiang. He's selling everything cheap." The narrator told him to take him there. After a short pause, Liu Ruyan said he also wanted to formally apply for a job. He asked if there was a position. The narrator said, "Let's see how the equipment conversation goes first." The former singer's name was Lu Feng. He lived in a rented room that smelled of cigarettes and old decisions. He opened the door wearing the expression of a man who had long since stopped expecting visitors and had not recalibrated for this particular afternoon. When they explained what they needed, he said he was done with music. He said the equipment was heading for a pawn shop or the trash. He said it was available immediately at a price that was, as Hu Zhenyuan had predicted, almost nothing. Lu Feng lay on his sofa and said, "Take it. Take everything. I'm leaving this city. I have enough to go. I don't need what any of this weighs anymore." The narrator looked at Lu Feng with something that was not quite pity, and not quite recognition. The city of Nanjiang had swallowed many people with guitars and high hopes, and no useful map. Lu Feng was not the first. He would not be the last. The narrator said, "Thank you," and took the equipment keys. Back at the office, he called Mu Qingwen and told him to add a performance element to the outdoor event. His father said yes without fully understanding what was being agreed to. Then he called Su Hongjie. He asked if Su Hongjie could perform on short notice. Su Hongjie said, "When and where?" He said, "Tomorrow, 2 o'clock, in front of Huijin supermarket." Su Hongjie said he would be there. He said it with the quiet certainty of a person who had been waiting for exactly this kind of invitation. Hao Zhenyuan loaded the equipment with the dedication of someone who has been told he has a job and is not going to let a single action suggest otherwise. He moved monitors and cables and speakers through Lu Feng's hallway, while Lu Feng smoked on the sofa and watched without involvement. After the last item was loaded, he looked at Hou Zhenyuan's back and said, "Good energy." The narrator heard it. He made a note. He told Hou Zhenyuan, "Monthly salary, 1,200. No food allowance. You are primarily responsible for marketing. You will occasionally help with other tasks. If you want the job, be at the venue tomorrow at 1. Hou Zhenyuan said yes before the sentence was finished. His grandfather had told him he would meet a few people in his life worth following. He had a feeling about this one. He said, "Go home tonight. Kick the yellow hair." Hou Zhenyuan touched his head. He said, "Yes, boss." The narrator corrected him. He said, "No, boss, no big brother. This is a company." Hou Zhenyuan said, "Yes, Mr. Liang." He left smiling. That evening, the narrator called Su Hongjie to confirm the details. Su Hongjie said he had already put the news in the QQ group. Class chat, full announcement, personal invitation to every classmate within reach. He had written it with the enthusiasm of a man promoting a concert for his favorite artist, which was accurate, since the artist in question was himself. The narrator told him not to oversell it. Su Hongjie said it was impossible to oversell something this good. The next morning, Mu Qingwen drove the company's Golden Sea Lion commercial van to Lu Feng's building. Hou Zhenyuan supervised the loading of the last remaining equipment, sound system, monitors, cable runs. While they worked, the narrator's phone vibrated. QQ notification. He opened it. Shen Youchu had sent a message. She had heard about the performance from Wang Xiaoyue. She had heard about it, she said, from Su Hongjie's announcement in the group chat. She wanted to know if it was okay if she came. He typed back, "If you want to come, welcome." She replied, "I also have something for you." He replied, "Knock once on the equipment box when you arrive." She replied immediately, and he laughed at the speed of it. He sent back the address. Then he put the phone in his pocket and went to help Hao Zhenyuan with the last speaker cable. The afternoon was beginning to look like something. The Huijin supermarket sat at the center of the commercial district, large enough that an outdoor event in its forecourt would be visible from 3 different streets. The owner had agreed to the partnership over tea and a handshake. A small stage had been assembled. Behind it, a backdrop, a giant landscape poster, the soft geometry of a photography company announcing itself to the world. The narrator ran sound checks. Tourists drifted past. Some stopped. Several walked over to ask questions about the photography packages. Others were simply curious about the stage. Duan Shu arrived with Liu Jiang. He surveyed the setup with the expression of someone who had come expecting to be unimpressed and was recalculating. He said the crowd was thin. He was not wrong, yet. Su Hongjie appeared from backstage, Hairstyle prepared, black jacket buttoned once, moving with the deliberate energy of a performer who has been waiting for a stage this size his entire life. The narrator pressed play on the backing track. Su Hongjie opened his mouth and started to sing. He sang Cantonese. His Cantonese was imperfect. His voice was not. It moved through the sound system and out into the street, and people turned. The way people turn when a sound catches them from behind, and they cannot immediately explain why. Tourists stopped. Hu Zhenyuan moved through the gathering crowd with flyers and a pitch that landed cleanly on people who were already paying attention. Orders began to come in. The narrator watched the perimeter of the crowd grow wider. The second song was slower. The crowd had doubled. The narrator scanned the faces at the back and caught movement near the edge. Two figures in school uniforms threading through the tourists. He recognized the shape of one of them before he saw the face. He stepped off the stage and moved toward them. He said, "I thought you weren't coming." She said, "I'm late." He said, "You're exactly on time." Wang Xiaoyue was slightly behind her, looking around at the crowd with pleased surprise. She said she had been afraid of getting lost. Wang Xiaoyue had navigated. She added, quietly, that she had been practicing piano that morning. She had not played in a while. She said she was rusty. He said, "I have something for you to do." He pointed to the electronic keyboard at the side of the stage. He told her, "When Su Hongjie finishes this song, it's your turn." She looked at the keyboard, then at the crowd. She said she had not prepared anything. He said the crowd would not know the difference. Su Hongjie jumped off the stage and spotted her, and immediately began to announce her presence to everyone within hearing range with a volume that made preparation irrelevant. The classmates who had come to watch turned to look. Someone said, "She actually came." Someone else said, "She's beautiful." The crowd grew. Tourists who had passed by once came back. The classmates in the audience realized what was happening. Shen Youchu, who had turned down every school performance opportunity, who had refused the class director personally, was here. For this company, this afternoon, this occasion. Duan Shu's expression went through several revisions. He could not find a comfortable place to land. Su Hongjie leaned over and asked whether the event still looked cold to him. Duan Shu said nothing. She sat at the keyboard. She adjusted the stool. She placed her hands on the keys and paused for one breath. Then she began. The sound that came out of her fingers was clean and unhurried, precise in the way that years of private practice produces, the kind of playing that has no performance anxiety because it was never performed for anyone. It had been played alone, in empty rooms, for its own sake. The crowd went quiet without being asked to. The narrator stood to the side. He thought, "I knew it." He remembered something. A conversation among boys about favorite singers. He had pretended not to know hers. He had looked it up afterward, listened through the whole discography, read the liner notes, and committed more of it to memory than he was prepared to admit. The melody she was playing now referenced something from that catalogue. He recognized it without thinking. A tourist near the front called out, "Play another one, sing something." The crowd picked up the request. It spread. She stood and bowed, elegant, unhurried, and the applause was disproportionately large for an outdoor event in front of a supermarket. She looked toward the narrator from the stage. She needed something, accompaniment. She could not sing unaccompanied and did not have a track prepared. She said, "Can you?" She gestured at the guitar beside the equipment table. He did not answer. He picked it up. He was already plugging it in. He had learned her playing ability from a single afternoon. He knew she could follow any accompaniment without preparation. Her level was high enough that this was a small technical problem, not a real one. She had said she could not play by herself, which was plainly untrue, but he understood why she had said it. He adjusted the tuning. He nodded to her. She nodded back. The crowd watching this exchange decided something was happening and leaned in. The classmates in the audience had never heard her sing publicly. No one had. She had played piano. She had declined every request, every invitation, every performance slot. And now here she was, in a supermarket forecourt in the middle of a national holiday, singing for the first time in front of an audience. The narrator was playing guitar beside her. Some of the classmates understood immediately what this meant. Others were still processing. Duan Shu stood at the back of the crowd. He had watched the afternoon unfold piece by piece, each piece landing slightly worse than the last. He had tried several explanations. The most recent was, she must be here because of the company, not because of the person running it. He was trying to believe this. The effort was visible. Su Hongji noticed it from the stage and felt, privately, a small and uncharitable satisfaction. Wang Xiaoyue stood beside Su Hongjie and watched. She asked if he had ever heard Shen Youchu sing. Su Hongjie said he had not. He said, it's probably not that impressive. Otherwise it would have come up before. Wang Xiaoyue looked at him. She was about to say something. Then the first note arrived. The song began softly, a guitar melody, thin and clean in the open air. Then her voice came in, and the sound was not what anyone had been preparing for. It was the kind of voice that arrives without announcement and makes the moment before it seems smaller. The applause started before the first phrase ended. Wang Xiaoyue turned to look at Su Hongjie. His face had done the thing faces do when the world briefly exceeds all available predictions. She laughed and started clapping. The narrator played without looking at the audience. He watched her instead, the way her expression moved when she sang, the slight tilt of her head at the end of a phrase, the places where the music carried something from further back than the song itself. There was a quality to it that he recognized. The sound of a person who has been holding something private for a long time and has found, unexpectedly, a room large enough to let it out. He thought, this is a good age to be. He thought, this year, before everything gets complicated, this is still beautiful. The song built toward its chorus. She sang a line. He knew the line. He had memorized it, months ago, from a discography he had studied in his room for reasons he had not examined too carefully. The line was about being loved by someone for a long time without knowing it. She sang it, and then glanced briefly behind her, not at the crowd, not at the stage, just behind for 1 second, at the face of the person playing guitar. He did not see the look directly, but he felt the direction of it. He began, without fully meaning to excavate something. The song was pulling it out of him the way music sometimes does. Memories with the edges softened, things he had told himself he did not care about. He thought about Shen Youchu's novel, The Girl in the Northwest, the hospital. The ending that arrived not like a conclusion, but like a door quietly closing. He thought about the initials in the dedication and what they pointed to. He thought about 12 years of watching from a careful distance. He thought, what does it cost a person to carry something that long without putting it down? The final verse arrived. She did not sing the last line. She let the guitar carry it instead, a choice that changed the meaning of everything that had come before. Goodbye, the song said. But she had not sung it. The narrator noticed. He played the chord and let it ring. When the sound faded, the crowd was silent for exactly 1 beat. Then the applause came, loud and collective, the kind that fills a space entirely. He put down the guitar and stepped forward. He said, "Thank you." She looked at him and said, "You can't say thank you for that." He said, "Why not?" She said, "Because I'm happy." The word happy hung in the air between them. They both looked at it for a second. Then they both smiled. At the same time, at the same thing. And the company photographer, who had been moving through the crowd capturing the afternoon, pressed the shutter at exactly that moment. The image would survive a long time. 2 young people standing on a small stage in the golden hour, smiling at something only they could see. Guitar on one side, keyboard on the other. The crowd behind them applauding a moment that had already moved past applause. The event entered its final stretch. Tourists moved toward the sign-up table. Orders climbed. The promotional photography packages were selling. Ho Genuan worked the crowd with the relentless cheerfulness of someone who has found his correct vocation. The narrator stood at the microphone and made the closing pitch. Calm, direct, specific. First come, first served. Discount for today only. Come be part of something worth photographing. He was navigating the crowd when an old man approached the table. Slow-moving, well-dressed in a quiet way, with the deliberate posture of someone who had decided to be somewhere specific and arrived there on purpose. He asked, "Can you take wedding photos?" Ho Genuan looked at him and said yes. He asked about packages and pricing. The old man looked at the numbers and laughed softly, not dismissively, but the way a person laughs when something is beautiful and slightly out of reach. He said, "I'm sorry, I don't have that much with me." He paused. He said, "It's for my child. Free photos are today's event. You go ahead and draw a prize. If you win a prize, the photographer can take 3 photos for you and your family." The old man was 74. Ho Genuan had done the calculation when the man first spoke and was now holding the number in his head like a small stone. His wife was 10 years younger. She had a heart condition. They had ridden an electric tricycle from Yuxi, through 4 provinces, across mountains and plains and river valleys, to reach Nanjiang, because she had always wanted to see it. Because he had promised her. Because some promises are the kind you keep even when your legs are older than the distance. Hu Genuan ran to find a plastic stool and brought it back to the old man without being asked. He said, "Sit down. I'll bring you 2 presidents." He meant water. He was gone before the sentence finished. The 3 event classes had gathered nearby. Students mixed with tourists, the afternoon loosening into something social. The narrator was playing guitar again. Someone called out, "Liang, I saw your promotional list. Reasonable pricing. Good concept." Boys clustered around him. On the other side of the crowd, the girls had found Shen Youchu. The event had brought in 16 confirmed orders. Mu Qingwen walked through the crowd with the energized stride of a man who is winning by a wider margin than he expected. He clapped the narrator on the shoulder and said, "This is yours." The narrator told him the success belonged to everyone. His father said, "Don't be modest, just be accurate." The narrator laughed. One of the classmates called over to invite everyone to dinner. The invitation was broad and warmly received. Duanshu had been watching the afternoon since his arrival. He had started it looking for cracks. He had not found them. He left alongside Liu Jiang and said nothing particularly revealing. He had come carrying a certain expectation of how this day would balance out and was leaving with all the weight on the wrong side. He did not say goodbye to Shen Youchu. He could not find a version of it that did not sound like defeat. Shen Youchu had stayed when the others began moving toward the restaurant. He was waiting. He had planned to leave with the group, then not, then yes. Then he was still standing at the edge of the stage when Ho Genuan came running over with something urgent to report about the old grandfather. The narrator listened. He said, "Bring him over. I'll talk to him." He walked toward where Ho Genuan pointed. Then he heard his name, called out, slightly louder than intended. He turned. Hu Zhenyuan had already spotted Shen Youchu nearby and was calling out a title that made perfect contextual sense to Ho Zhenyuan and absolutely no sense to anyone who wanted to pretend the situation was unclear. Shen Youchu's face went immediately and thoroughly red. Hao Zhenyuan corrected himself. He switched to boss, which did not help, because the shift made the previous word louder by contrast. He patted Ho Zhenyuan's shoulder and kept walking. He came to the old man's stool. He sat down beside him and asked him to tell the story. The whole story, from the beginning, where he had come from, how long the ride had taken, what his wife's name was. The old man was happy to tell it. He said it plainly and without decoration, the way people describe things they have lived through too completely to perform. He listened and then said, "I want to feature your story as part of our company's promotion, with your permission." The old man asked what that meant. He explained, A writer would record the story. It would be shared online. If it traveled far enough, his wife would see this city through more eyes than her own. The old man considered this without moving. Then he said, "Of course, whatever reaches more people." He walked back and told Shen Youchu to take notes on every detail the grandfather was willing to share. He thought, and the writer, there was one obvious choice for who that should be. He found Shen Youchu at the side of the stage, waiting. He explained the old man's story in brief. He asked if she would be willing to write it up, not as a favor, but as creative material. She nodded before he finished the sentence. She said, "Of course." She had already reached for her notebook. He thought, no matter what he does, it seems to somehow circle back to Shen Youchu. The observation arrived with a quality he recognized as something more than coincidence and less than explanation. He was not ready to name it more specifically than that. After dinner, Wang Xiaoyue suggested KTV. Most of the group agreed. He and Shen Youchu declined, quietly, separately, without discussion, as if they had already agreed on something that had not yet been spoken. He asked Shen Youchu if she wanted to be walked home. She shook her head. He said, "I'm going the same direction anyway." She thought about this. She said, "I don't like KTV. I don't drink." He said, "Who said KTV requires drinking?" Wang Xiaoyue's group had already disappeared. The street was quieter. They began walking, and neither of them hurried. When they reached the apartment building, she stopped. She said, "Thank you for today." He said, "Don't." She looked up. She said she had a question. Her computer, she said, had developed a problem. Could he possibly come upstairs and take a look? He looked at her. He was a man of significant prior life experience. He had heard this phrase used in many contexts, by many people, in many cities, across many years. He was also reasonably certain that Shen Youchu's computer had an actual problem. These two things were both simultaneously true. He followed her upstairs. The computer had a real problem. He fixed it. It took a while. When he was done, she brought him a glass of hot water. He said he did not drink hot water. She wrote this information down in her notebook, with the seriousness of someone cataloging a useful fact. She went to the refrigerator and returned with a small bottle of yogurt. The apartment was quiet. Her mother was away. The light was warm and low. There was a particular quality to the stillness, the kind that arrives not from absence but from two people who have stopped pretending they need a reason to be somewhere. He opened the yogurt and asked, "Have you actually started the blog?" She nodded. She had registered an account. She had not yet posted anything. He asked about her writing goals. She asked about the old man and the afternoon. He told her the full story. The tricycle, the 4 provinces, the wife with the heart condition, the slow ride across mountains toward a city she had always wanted to see. She listened. She put down the yogurt. She picked up her notebook. She said, "You want me to write it into an article?" He said, "If you're willing." She said, "I'm willing." She did not say it was for his company. She said it was because the story deserved to be written. That was a different thing. He said, "Tomorrow I'm going to take them to shoot the wedding photos. Come along if you want more material." She said she would think about it. She said good night. He said good night. He left. On the street below, he thought about the evening. He thought about yogurt and hot water and a notebook filling with handwriting. He thought about a platform called the Internet and a year called 2008. And the specific window between now and when everything would change. He thought, there is a version of the next few years that goes very well, and another version, and the difference between them was a set of choices that were still, just barely open. The next morning, he called Pei Ran, a contact from his previous life, a man who ran a women's fashion brand and understood the language of visibility and occasion. He explained the plan. Pei Ran understood it immediately. He offered wedding dresses, a photographer friend, and makeup for the shoot. When the narrator arrived at the meeting point, Pei Ran had already brought Song Yue and Zhang Jishan, a photographer and his wife, who did makeup and who had heard the grandfather's story and decided they wanted to give something to it. They loaded into the company van. Mu Qingwen drove. The grandfather and his wife occupied the second row, Chen Densheng and Yang Shuqing, names that the narrator would not forget. The photographer couple sat in the third row. In the last row, between Ho Zhenyuan on one side and the window on the other, sat Shen Youchu. She had brought her notebook. She was already writing. Ho Zhenyuan surveyed the van with the expression of a sociologist conducting fieldwork. He said, "Front row, an old couple. Middle row, a young couple. Last row, 3 single people." He looked from Shen Youchu to the narrator. He said, "The math here is interesting." The narrator told him to watch the road. His father said he was the one driving. Ho Zhenyuan decided this was an excellent time to be very quiet. The van moved through the city and out onto the wider road. Mu Qingwen asked why they were driving all the way to the lake instead of shooting somewhere in the city. The narrator explained, the city had too much noise, too many interruptions, too many people who would turn a private moment into an audience. The grandfather and Yang Shuqing deserved a landscape that matched the size of what they had crossed to reach it. The van drove on. Shen Youchu looked out the window and wrote without stopping. Outside, the light was wide and gold and moving. The lake had no official name yet. It had not been developed, had not been mapped into any tourist itinerary. The narrator knew what it would become. Within 2 years, the government would claim it, build around it, promote it. He filed the knowledge away quietly. In his business white paper, this lake already had a chapter. Grandma Yang Shuqing spoke first from the second row of the van. She said there was no need for so much trouble. Just find a flat spot and take 2 pictures. The narrator laughed and told her that was not how this worked. He gestured toward Shen Youchu and explained, "This is a writer. She is going to turn your story into something that reaches people." Grandpa Chen, sitting straight beside his wife, looked over at Shen Youchu with calm, measuring eyes. The photographer Song Yue leaned forward and greeted Shen Youchu warmly. The particular warmth of someone who genuinely wants to know a writer and is not going to pretend otherwise. Shen Youchu was shy. He was aware, the narrator suspected, that the title did not yet feel fully earned. The narrator told Grandpa Chen, "Just begin wherever you want. Let our writer find her footing." Chen Gensheng smiled, settled his hands on his knees, and thought for a moment about where to start. "It was a long story," he said. "It went back to before liberation. Yang Shuqing provided the year from the seat beside him, 1940, a small village, a delivery team, and a little boy of 6 who had run to the roadside not to watch the procession, but to get close to the bride, because someone had told him that if a bride touched your head, you would grow taller. He pushed through the crowd and announced this to whoever would listen. He was going to find his bride. The bride heard him through her red veil. She lifted it slightly and touched the little boy's head with a hand that was gentle and deliberate. He looked up. She was 16 years old, and in that brief moment she smiled at him, not kindly, not indulgently, but as an equal, which was a remarkable thing for a 16-year-old girl sold into marriage to offer a 6-year-old stranger. His name was Chen Gensheng. Hers was Yang Shuqing. That night, he heard his parents say, the old landlord died, and Yang Shuqing had not closed her eyes. The village decided she had killed him. They drove her out. She had no family to return to. She found an abandoned house at the edge of the village and made it home. By 1950, Chen Gensheng was a young man, and he had been going to that house every week for years, carrying firewood, hauling water, repairing what the weather had broken. The other villagers talked. He kept going. She told him finally, "Gensheng, stop coming. People will say things." He said, "Qingjie, look up at me." She did. He had been calling her Qingjie for 10 years. He did not know how many times he had been beaten by the village men for coming to her door. He knew he would keep coming anyway. Then the war arrived at the northern border. He came to her house one last time, carrying a soldier's pack. He said, "Qingjie, I'm going to the army. Wait for me. When the flowers bloom again, I'll come back and marry you." The village laughed. She did not. From the day he left, she added one task to her daily life: planting trees, one tree for each year of waiting. The road reopened, then closed, then reopened again. Years accumulated like the wheat in the field, cut and grown and cut again. She heard rumors. Some said Chen Gensheng had died a hero. Others said he had made a life for himself somewhere else, married someone and forgotten her. She cried through one whole night. Then she packed her bag and walked out of the village to find him herself. Live or dead, she would know. It snowed the day she left. The mountain road was white and silent. Somewhere on that road a figure appeared coming toward her. A man with a military badge in his pocket and a suitcase in his hand, walking in the opposite direction with the same destination in mind. That was 1958. The reunion had taken 18 years. The love had not required them. Now, it was 2008. The Olympic Games had just ended. Yang Shuqing, 84 years old, had learned she had a failing heart. The old man looked at her and said, "I'll take you south. I'll show you everything." The van was very quiet. Shen Youchu was crying without trying to hide it. Small, honest tears, the kind that arrive when a story bypasses all defenses and arrives directly at something true. The narrator looked out the window. He had not expected to be moved. He was moved anyway. He thought, Grandpa's love survived the war. This old man's love outlasted poverty and distance and rumor and time. What exactly was modern love afraid of? He had been in relationships built on exchange, on convenience, on the management of mutual usefulness. He had called that normal. Meeting these two old people was making it very hard to keep calling it that. He had told himself he was not capable of real love. He had told himself this with such consistency that it had become indistinguishable from certainty. But sitting in this van, listening to a man describe planting one tree for every year of separation, he was less sure than he had been that morning. He looked sideways at Shen Youchu, who was writing through the tears without stopping, filling pages with a pen that moved faster than most people think. He looked back out the window. He said nothing. The road ended at a locked gate. They got out and walked the rest of the way, Mu Qingwen leading, the two old people changing into wedding clothes behind the van, while Pei Ran's carefully selected dress and suit were unfolded from garment bags. The designs were not costumes. They were real, high-end, considered, chosen with the understanding that the people who would wear them had already lived a love story worth dressing properly. Chen Gensheng emerged looking like a man who had never quite forgotten how to stand like a soldier. Yang Shuqing emerged looking like someone entirely herself. Shen Youchu said, "Grandma, you're beautiful." Yang Shuqing took his hand and patted it, laughing. She said, "Thank you, little writer." Then she turned and led them forward. She was the only one who knew the way. The path wound and doubled back, and then, with no warning, opened entirely. Between two slopes of mountain, the lake appeared, still and clear and shaped exactly like a fallen tear. Song Yue stopped walking. He raised his camera before he could form a thought about raising his camera. Mu Qingwen asked how the narrator had known this place was here. The narrator said Su Hongjie had mentioned it. Shen Youchu looked at him. He shook his head slightly and said he did not remember the name of the lake. He kept walking. The truth was simpler and less explainable. He had read about this lake in documents from his previous life, development proposals, investment memos, a tourism report that cited it as one of the most beautiful unnamed bodies of water in the region. He had simply remembered. Song Yue and Zhang Jishan set up equipment on the slope. Ho Zhenyuan grabbed a light reflector without being asked. The shoot began. The light was good, late afternoon gold, the kind that makes everything look like it was always meant to be seen this way. Song Yue moved around the couple with the contained energy of someone doing work he loves. Zhang Jishan held Yang Shuqing's hand and adjusted her posture. The Mu Qingwen couple wandered along the lakeshore, out of the frame. Shen Youchu sat on a slope and began writing. Not notes, but sentences. The title had already appeared in her head. She had not told anyone yet. Zhang Jishan realized she had forgotten lipstick in her bag. She called over to Shen Youchu and asked for help finding it. Shen Youchu set down the pen, stood, and walked toward the bag without hesitation. The light was changing. Song Yue issued quick commands. New positions, the laker's background, move closer to the water. Everyone moved. A few minutes later, Zhang Jishan looked around and asked, "Where did that girl go?" Shen Youchu had not come back. Zhang Jishan was distraught. She had sent someone into an unmapped forest at dusk to find a tube of lipstick. She said several things she immediately regretted. Then she remembered that Shen Youchu was not her employee and had no obligation to her at all, and had simply been kind enough to help. That made it worse. The narrator looked at the tree line. He was already moving. He told Hu Jinyuan to search the left side and not go deep. He told his parents to wait at the trailhead. If they had not found her in an hour, call for mountain rescue. He told Song Yue and Zhang Jishan to take the old couple back to the van and keep them warm. Then he went in. His mother watched him go. She had been watching her son for months now. A son who moved faster than usual, who spoke faster than usual, whose body had a slightly different quality of tension than before. She saw it again now. She did not say anything. Inside the tree line, the forest was different from the path. Denser, the branches overlapping overhead, the ground soft with old leaves that absorbed footsteps. Strange birds called from somewhere above. The light was almost gone. Shen Youchu had been walking for more than an hour. Her legs were scratched from the undergrowth. She had lost the direction of the lake entirely. She sat down on a slope and did the only rational thing available. She stayed still, and she waited. Liang Chenmei Jing, she thought, not as a call for help, but as a fixed point. He would come, she was certain. Then a voice came from above the slope, familiar and slightly amused, the voice of someone who had been looking for nearly 2 hours and was not going to admit how worried he had been. She turned. He was standing on the ridge above her, looking down. She almost cried from relief. He jumped down. He looked at her back and said, "You've been through the whole old forest." He said it like a man who had gotten somewhat lost himself and was glossing over this particular detail. He told her, "A smart person would have stayed in one place. You cannot navigate dense forest without landmarks. Why did you keep walking?" She said she was worried the lipstick would not be found in time and it would affect the shoot. He looked at her. She had wandered deep into an unmapped forest in failing light because she was worried about someone else's marketing plan. He shook his head. He thought, she was not lost because she was careless. She was lost because she was thinking about someone other than herself. He had been carrying an understanding of Shen Youchu's feelings for some time, treating it as something young and temporary, a first love that would pass cleanly and leave no permanent mark. He looked at her now, sitting in the last light among the leaves, and revised his estimate. This was not temporary. This had the specific quality of feeling that outlasts the reasons a person gives themselves for having it. He had been wrong about the scale of it. He was not sure what to do with that yet. He said, "Stop sitting. Get up and let's go home." She stood. She followed him. He told her not to lose him in the dark. She said okay. The tree cover was thinner now. A little more sky. A little more direction. He was working from something between instinct and memory, moving toward what he estimated was west. She walked behind him and did not ask questions. Some people fill silence with words when they are anxious. She filled it with walking. He turned and found she had slowed. He asked why. She said nothing. He crouched and looked at her legs. The sports pants had been torn by the undergrowth at several points. He lifted the fabric to check the damage. She went very still. The sudden proximity of it, his hands matter-of-fact on the hem of her clothes, his face close and focused and entirely unconcerned with anything except the condition of the scratches. He looked up at her, laughing. She told him he was a devil. He said, "It's not that bad. You're tougher than you look." He turned his back to her. He told her to get on. She hesitated. Every careful instinct she had said to refuse. Her legs said otherwise. She put her arms around his neck. He caught her beneath the knees and stood. The weight was nothing. What was not nothing was the closeness. Two people in the dark, in the forest, her face near his shoulder, his hands steady on her legs. He said, "Am I going too fast?" She said no. She did not elaborate. He carried her through the last stretch of forest. He did not mention how far they had come. He did not mention that he had lost his own way twice before finding her. He simply walked. When the trees thinned and the sky opened above them again, real sky full of early stars, he set her down on a hillside and called his father. He said, "I found her." He heard Mu Qingwen exhale. He looked out at the landscape, the mountains going dark in layers, the stars arriving one by one over the ridgeline. He looked at Shen Youchu. She was looking at the same thing. He said, "Not bad scenery." She said, "Not bad." Neither of them meant only the landscape. He tried to orient himself by the stars. He looked for the North Star. He could not find it clearly. He admitted this to the sky more than to her. She looked too. She also could not find it. She said, "The Big Dipper should be," and then went quiet, because she could not find it either. He said, "At least we can see the moon." She agreed that they could see the moon. He said, "That's enough." He told her he would teach her a navigation trick. He explained, "Aim your watch face at the moon. The angle between the hour hand and 12. Bisect it. That midpoint faces south." She looked at him with the expression of someone listening to something genuinely useful being delivered with somewhat excessive confidence. He raised his wrist to demonstrate. He looked at the watch. It was electronic. He lowered his wrist. She started laughing, not loudly, but the kind of laughter that comes from genuine surprise. He said, "The principle is still correct." She said, "The principle is correct." They both stood there for a moment, laughing in the dark. He crouched down, studied the ground and the sky together, and stood back up. He said, "I know which way to go." She said, "How?" He said, "Instinct and salt." She got on his back again. He walked. She looked at the stars from his shoulder and did not say anything for a while. Then she said, "You know a lot of things." He said, "You've eaten enough salt to know a few things too." She said, "Then why did you only get 200 marks on the exam?" He said, "Don't push me." 20 minutes later the lake appeared below them, on the wrong side. He had calculated correctly. They were on the opposite shore. Below the far ridge, a cluster of lights glowed warm and orange in the dark. A village. His phone had signal again. He called Mu Qingwen. His father answered on the first ring. He said, "I found her. There's a village on the south side. We'll stay the night and come back in the morning." His father said, "Good." His mother's voice came briefly from the background. He said, "I know, Mom." He hung up. He carried her down the slope toward the village lights. The path was uneven, and he picked the route carefully. She held on without comment. When they reached the first house with a light in the window, he set her down on her feet. He told her, "Wait here." He knocked on the wooden door. He called out, a traveler, lost, needing shelter. Then the door opened, and he was looking directly at the barrel of an old hunting rifle. He kept very still. He heard Shen Youchu make a small sound behind him. He gently stepped her back with one arm and faced the man holding the gun. Middle-aged, wary, not hostile, but not ready to be friendly. The narrator kept his voice level. He said, "We are students. We are not bad people. We got lost near the lake." He made the gesture for writing. He said, "Students." The man studied him for a long moment. Then he lowered the rifle slightly and turned. The man seemed to understand. He stepped back and raised his hand. "Come in." Shen Youchu exhaled. The narrator felt her do it from 2 steps away. Inside, the house was warm and smoky, and cluttered with the objects of a life lived entirely in one place. The man went to a drawer and came back with a Chinese-language newspaper, pointing to the headline. "Recent robbery activity in the mountains." Red notices posted. He was not explaining his behavior, he was explaining his fear, which was a different and more honest thing. The narrator nodded. He understood. He said in his clearest Mandarin, "We are very grateful." After a pause, a woman appeared in the doorway. Ethnic dress, a wooden tray holding 2 bowls of soya tea. She offered the tray to Shen Youchu first. Shen Youchu said thank you. The woman could not speak Mandarin, but she understood the expression and nodded back. The narrator sat across from the man and thought about how most of his interactions with strangers in his previous life had been mediated by contracts and titles and mutual interest. He could not remember the last time someone had handed him something warm simply because he needed it. He drank the tea. He looked at Shen Youchu drinking hers. He thought, there are things you forget that you are missing until the missing stops. He finished the tea, set the bowl down, and crouched beside her. He told her it might hurt. She did not protest. He cleaned the scratches carefully, slow strokes, the cotton gentle on the deeper cuts. She did not make a sound. He could feel her working at not making a sound, which was its own kind of information. He focused entirely on the task. He said, "You should have waited in one place the moment you lost the path." She said, "I know." He said, "Next time." She said, "There won't be a next time." He said, "That's what everyone says in the forest." Outside, the man, Dawa, was cutting firewood by the light of a lantern. The narrator went out and took the axe. Smoke was the common language. He offered a cigarette. Dawa accepted, and they settled into the particular, comfortable silence of 2 men doing physical work together in the cold. Through a mix of gestures and simple Mandarin and occasional guesswork, they managed a real conversation. Dawa asked eventually, in the way of someone who already knows the answer. The girl inside. "Is she your girlfriend?" The narrator said, "We came to the lake to photograph some old friends. It got dark." Dawa heard the word dark and smiled. He said, "Little man, your girlfriend is beautiful." The narrator said, "Your village is beautiful too. The air is good." Dawa said, "My wife says your girlfriend is the most beautiful girl she has seen in a long time." The narrator laughed. He asked, "Dawa, what do the local people call that lake?" Dawa looked where he was pointing. He understood. He thought for a moment, then raised his hand and drew a pattern in the air, 5 points connected. A 5-pointed star. The narrator understood. He laughed quietly. Star Lake. He thought of all the possible names. He had been planning to register the land development under the name Love Lake, a functional, marketable name, the kind that attracted tourists. He looked at the stars reflected in the surface he had seen from the ridge. He thought, Star Lake is better. He stored it. He went back inside where Shen Youchu was sitting with the woman, talking through gestures and expressions about something that required no shared language. Dawa followed him in and said something. He gestured between the 2 of them, then put his hands together and mimed sleeping. The narrator understood. There were 2 rooms. Dawa had intended to put them in separate ones. But watching them together, and hearing the words he had caught outside, which he had decided meant they were close, he had changed his mind. He was giving them the room with 1 bed. The narrator looked at Shen Youchu. He said, "Don't worry, I'll sleep on the floor." She opened her mouth. He said, "Or you can sleep on the floor." She closed her mouth. He told her, "They think we're together. If we ask for separate rooms, it'll be strange. It's fine." She sat on the wooden chair beside the bed. She was very tired. She could feel every hour of the day in her legs and shoulders. The bed was right there. The narrator was already lying down facing the wall, a quilt pulled up. He said, "If you don't sleep, at least turn the light off." She sat for a long time. She thought about propriety, logic, what this meant, what it didn't mean, what she was allowed to want, and whether wanting it meant she had to do something about it. The room was cold. He was not looking at her. She stood and turned off the light. In the dark, she made her way to the bed. He had moved to the far edge, leaving a deliberate space she could not misread. She lay down on top of the quilt, with her own wrapped around her. 2 separate quilts, a careful arrangement, nothing that could not be explained in daylight. Her face was hot. She could feel her own heartbeat. She thought, he is just being practical. She thought, of course he is. She thought, the space between them was exactly as wide as it needed to be, and not 1 inch wider. He was also not sleeping. He was thinking about physiological reality and the architecture of Dawa's house and the precise distance between himself and the most self-contained person he had ever shared a bed with, who was currently breathing very quietly and absolutely not asleep. He said, very quietly, into the dark, "We can talk if you want." She said yes. He asked if she was working on the love story for the article. She said she had been thinking about the structure. He said, "Good." Then he said, "Actually, I wanted to tell you something about a friend." She asked what friend. He described someone, not himself exactly, but close enough. A person who had been in many relationships and found none of them real, who had been used by some and had used others in return and had stopped expecting anything different, who had recently found that an old friend had carried a quiet feeling for a long time, and who had today, listening to 2 old people in a van describe 18 years of trees planted and waited beside, felt something he did not have a clean name for yet. The room was quiet. He could feel her listening in the specific way she listened, completely, without the small movements of someone preparing their response. He said, "Today I heard that story, and I felt something shift." She said, "Your friend sounds like he's been closed off for a long time." He said, "He has." She said, "Is this friend very close to you?" He said, "I'm more of a witness." She said, "When you talked about her, you sounded a little sad." He laughed. He said, "You notice too much." She said, "You told me to keep going." He said, "In short, my friend is a good person, even if he has not always acted like one. He knows the girl likes him. He does not know if he deserves it, or if he is capable of not hurting her. So he holds still. He does not want her to go to extremes because of him." She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Why does he assume he'll hurt her?" He said, "Because he knows his own history." She said, "That's not the same thing as knowing your future." He was quiet. She had said it simply, without argument, the way people say the thing they have been thinking longest. He did not answer immediately. After a while he said, "My friend enjoys the feeling of being liked from a safe distance. He is not sure he knows how to stop enjoying that and start doing something about it." She said, "That sounds lonely." He said, "It is." He closed his eyes. Outside, the wind moved through the trees beside the house. He kept talking. He told her about a girl from a long time ago, a classmate who had played with him when they were young, who had humiliated him in front of an Audi and a crowd. He told her how that had turned into a decade of proving something, working past people who saw through him too quickly, building money out of nothing, making 200,000 yuan at an age when most people his age were studying. He told her how the money had not protected him from being cheated by people who saw it. He said, "My friend learned early that the world was transactional. He built his life on that belief. He is not sure he knows how to unlearn it." She was listening. He could feel it. He said, "He is trying though." She said, "When you were telling the story about that girl, I felt like you were sad. Not your friend. You." He did not answer right away. Then he said, "My friend is a good person, even if he went the wrong way for a long time. He knows that the girl likes him, and the more she likes him," he said, "the more afraid he is of being the reason something goes wrong, so he keeps the distance." She said, "He sounds like someone who needs someone patient enough to wait at the door." He turned over and faced the ceiling. She was right, and he knew she was right. And he also knew that she was not only talking about his friend, and he was not only talking about his friend, and they both knew this, and were both, for now, choosing to leave it inside the fiction of the friend. It was enough. It was probably the right amount for tonight. He said, I am enjoying the likes from a distance theory. I just don't know how to stop being a coward and take responsibility. She said, that's two different problems. He said, I know. That's what makes it hard. He went quiet. The dark went quiet with him. She turned her head slightly. He had turned too. In the pale moonlight coming through the wooden shutter, they were facing each other across the careful space of the bed. He started laughing first, the low, surprised kind. She followed. He said, You're too good at this. You hear everything. She said, Wasn't this about your friend? He said, Right, his friend. He turned back to face the ceiling. She turned too. He said, Good night. She said, Good night. She closed her eyes. A minute passed. She said quietly, Are you asleep? He said, If I were asleep I could not answer that. She said, Fair. Then she said, I'll count sheep if you want. He said, Sheep are expensive this year. She said, I'll count something cheaper then. He said, I'll count the next verse. She said, Go ahead. And so they recited classical poetry into the dark, line by line, in low voices, until Dawa, listening from the next room and understanding only that these two young people were doing something involving rhythm and call and response, decided that whatever it was probably fine. Morning, thin light through the shutters. Shen Youchu woke first. She had been careful most of the night. She had been careful the entire night, except for the hour before dawn when she was so deeply asleep that she had moved without knowing it. Closer, just slightly, her breathing near his shoulder. She woke and found this, and left the bed before her own heartbeat could become louder than her judgment. She went out to the yard, and stood in the cold air until she was entirely herself again. When he emerged, he said, You were up early. She said, I didn't sleep well. He looked at her for 1 second longer than necessary and did not press it. Mu Qingwen arrived in the sea lion van at the time they had arranged. The narrator thanked Dawa and his wife. Good cigarettes, good wine, a promise to return. He pointed at the lake on the horizon and told Dawa, I am going to develop this into a destination. I am going to use your name for it. Not the romantic tourist name. Your name. The actual name. Dawa did not fully understand. He nodded and seemed to approve anyway. On the road back, Shen Youchu fell asleep against the narrator's shoulder in the last row. He did not move. He looked out the window and let her sleep. Back in the city, Shen Youchu went home to her apartment and sat down at the new laptop. She opened a blank document. She typed the title. Then she wrote, not notes this time, not fragments, but the whole story from beginning to end, the way it had arranged itself during the night in the forest and the morning on the road. She wrote for several hours without stopping. When she finished, she read it back once. Then she registered a blog account. She uploaded the piece. She sat looking at the screen for a moment. Then she went to sleep. The narrator followed his father back to the company. The holiday traffic had been better than projected. The ground push event had produced orders that carried into the next week. Between managing the new volume, reviewing the team structure, and keeping up his own study schedule, he worked long days and used the quiet hours to read. Song Yue arrived the following morning carrying the developed wedding photographs organized into a bound book, with one image printed at a full meter wide. He had framed it at his own expense. He set it on the desk and said, "These belong to them, not the company." The narrator looked through the photographs slowly. They were extraordinary, not just technically, but in the particular quality of what they had caught. Two people who had spent 60 years finding ways to be together, standing beside a mountain lake in borrowed finery, looking at each other with the specific ease of people for whom this moment was both new and entirely expected. Song Yue had studied in New York, exhibited internationally, sold work for figures that made the narrator recalibrate how he was thinking about this collaboration. He had come here as a personal favor and had left behind something permanent. Song Yue asked if he had been in any danger in the forest. The narrator said only a little. Song Yue nodded and said his wife had already blamed herself sufficiently for all possible outcomes. He said, "She wants you to know she's sorry." The narrator said, "Tell her it was a good evening in the end." Song Yue smiled and finished his tea. Then he said, "I came to send the photos, but I also came to ask something else." He set his cup down. He said, "I want to invest in your company." The narrator listened. He said, "The company is not ready for outside investment. We are still in the phase where external money could distort the original structure. I need to let it develop cleanly for a while before bringing in new shareholders." Song Yue said, "I understand. Leave me a contact point for when you're ready to discuss it." The narrator said he would. Then, before Song Yue stood to leave, he made a second offer: photography training, twice monthly, a small class. The training fee he quoted was so low that the narrator said so directly. Song Yue said, "Friendship pricing, for a good cause." They shook hands. Song Yue said, "You're going to do something with this?" The narrator said yes. Song Yue asked, "How sure are you?" The narrator said, 100%. Then, after a pause, he said, "I have the best writer in the city helping me." Song Yue looked at him for a few seconds with the expression of a man fitting a piece into a picture he had been assembling since the forest yesterday. He said, "May God let you succeed." The narrator thanked him. Song Yue left. The narrator sat for a moment, then went to prepare for the delivery to the hotel. He arrived at Longyuan Hotel carrying the photo book. In the lobby, he saw Shen Youchu coming down the stairs. She had already been there. They looked at each other across the lobby and laughed at the same time. The coincidence of it, the way their timelines kept arriving at the same coordinates. He asked if she had already given them the article. She said she had let them read it. He said he had not reviewed it before she sent it. She said, "You didn't pay me?" He stared at her. She smiled. He said, "Fair point. I'll pay the draft." She said, "Thank you, Mr. Liang." He could tell she was enjoying this particular power shift. He knocked on room 207. The door opened. Only Yang Shuqing was inside. He asked where Grandpa Chen was. She said, "He went looking for spicy soup. He wanted the city version. He is very romantic about food." The narrator laughed. He said, "All right, let's look at the photos first." He spread the photograph book open on the table. Yang Shuqing put on her reading glasses and bent close. Shen Youchu crouched beside her. Yang Shuqing looked at the photographs for a long time, at herself in the dress, at Chen Gensheng standing straight in the suit, at the lake behind them, and the mountains behind the lake. She said, "I did not think I would ever wear a wedding dress." She said it without performance, the way people say things they have been sitting with for 60 years. She thanked them, the little writer, the little Liang, and her voice was not entirely steady. He told her he would send the full set to their home address. She said she did not read well. She did not know how to thank him properly. He said, "We helped each other. That is enough." Then he looked at Shen Youchu and said, "Don't you have something for Grandma?" Shen Youchu took out the notebook. Yang Shuqing said she could not read it herself. She had not had much schooling. Shen Youchu said, "That's all right, I'll read it to you." He said, "I'll read first." He took the notebook and opened it to the beginning. He read the title. Then he read the first paragraph. Then he kept reading. The story was, the narrator set the notebook down once, composed himself, and picked it up again. The writing was not decorative. It was exact. It went directly to the places where the story lived. He finished reading and looked up. Yang Shuqing was crying, not in distress, the way someone cries when they finally see themselves clearly, when a person younger than them and a stranger manages to understand what they lived through and puts it into language that holds. She took off her glasses and rubbed her eyes. She said, "Little Shen writer, you write very well." Shen Youchu said quietly, "Grandma, it is not that I write well, it is that your story is good." Yang Shuqing smiled at this, a small, real smile, the kind that knows it is being given a gift and accepts it with grace. She said, I have lived long enough to figure out most things. I am not afraid for myself. I am afraid for the old man. He has not learned to be alone yet. She paused. She said, when half of a couple goes, the other half often loses the reason to hold on. She had seen it many times. Chen Gensheng was strong and vital and still full of the energy of a man who had survived war. But she knew what would happen to that energy without her. She was not planning to go before she was ready. She was planning to give him enough reasons to stay for as long as she could. She said, even if I die, I want to die moving. I want to go upward. She looked at Shen Youchu. She said, that is why I asked you to write it. Not because I want a book. Because I want the old man to have a story to live inside after I am gone. Something to follow. You understand? Shen Youchu nodded. Tears were running. She was not trying to stop them. She said, yes, Grandma. I understand. Yang Shuqing laughed and said, I am not actually asking you to write a whole novel. I am asking you to be the anchor point. The reason the old man believes the journey continues. Give him a destination. He is the kind of man who needs a destination. If there is a young writer waiting to hear the next part of his story, he will make sure there is a next part. Shen Youchu said, I will be here. Yang Shuqing said, good, that is enough. Chen Gensheng arrived back with 2 bowls of hot soup, slightly triumphant. He had found the exact version he was looking for. He sat down and read the article. He saw the wedding photographs. He learned that Shen Youchu had promised to keep writing their story. He looked happier than he had looked all day. He turned to the narrator and said, do you smoke? The narrator said yes. Chen Gensheng stood and said, good. Come outside with me. One old, one young. They left the room and walked to the corridor by the road. The narrator lit one for Chen Gensheng first. Chen Gensheng drew on the cigarette slowly. He said, this is the best smoke I've had in a while. The narrator said, why's that? He said, it came from a friend. Chen Gensheng said, I asked you out here to tell you. Do not let the writer make that novel. Not really. The narrator was surprised. He said, weren't you happy just now? Chen Gensheng laughed. He said, that was for the old woman. She is afraid that after she goes I will not hold on for long. She needs to believe there is something waiting for me. An obligation. A reason. So I let her believe it. He paused. He said, I have been married to her for 60 years. I know when she is trying to manage me. He said, if she goes first, I will go back to the land. I will work the field with my hands. I will count the trees she planted. The rest of my days, I told her I want her here in them. She is not here. I am not alive. Not in any way that matters. The narrator said nothing. He had spent 2 lifetimes accumulating advice about loss and resilience and moving forward. He could not find a word of it that was adequate to put beside this. He just smoked and let the old man say the rest of it to the night air. He asked, where are you going next? Chen Gensheng said, back to Dali. Then Xishuangbana. Then we will see. He smiled and said, God willing. Then he looked at the narrator. He said, I hope what I told you today helps you, with whatever you are figuring out. The narrator said, I think it might. He said goodbye. Outside the hotel, Shen Youchu was on the pavement, looking at the sky. He walked toward her. He said, you will meet it too. She turned and looked at him. Her eyes were still soft from the afternoon. She said, really? He looked into the peach blossom eyes, full of hope in a way that was entirely unguarded, entirely hers, and felt something he could not answer cleanly. So he said, I believe you will. She turned back and started walking, hands behind her back, ponytails swinging. He watched the back of her and thought, this is the age before everything gets complicated. He thought, this year, in 2008, this is still a clean and unfinished story. He let her get a few steps ahead, and then followed. 3 days later, Shen Youchu's article was moving. The piece had been posted under the account Kui Kan Wang Xing and shared into the early networks of 2008, a moment when internet traffic was still small enough that one good story could actually be seen. The story had everything: an old hero, a 60-year love, a tricycle crossing 4 provinces, a heart condition, and a last journey. The writing was precise and unhurried, and did not sentimentalize what did not need sentimentalizing. Readers who found it stayed. The narrator had used some of his own resources to seed the early shares. Song Yue and Pei Ran each circulated it through their professional networks. The photography and the wedding dress company were mentioned in the photos accompanying the piece, not prominently, not intrusively, just present. A new word appeared in the early comment sections: Liangjing, love pie. People asked what it was. Other people answered. The traffic began moving towards something. Pei Ran and Song Yue read the article over afternoon tea in the wedding dress studio. Song Yue said, "This little Liang is something." Pei Ran said, "He makes it look simple. It is not simple. He thought of the idea, found the story, placed the writer, positioned the companies, and executed it during a national holiday while managing an outdoor event and getting lost in a forest." Song Yue said, "I went to talk to him about investment. He turned me down cleanly, not rudely, cleanly." Pei Ran said, "That is what you want to invest in." The article kept spreading. Hu Zhenyuan came into the office waving his phone. He said, "Look, there are watermarks on the photos, 2 company logos, faint but present. He had added them himself without being asked." The narrator looked at him. He said, "You are not supposed to emphasize the branding in this kind of piece. It creates resistance. You leave it subtle and let curiosity do the work." Hu Zhenyuan absorbed this. He said, "So, subtle watermark, correct? Aggressive watermark, incorrect." The narrator said, "Correct." He laughed. He was going to be useful. He told Hu Zhenyuan to register an account in the company name and comment under Shen Youchu's article, simply publicly, as the company that helped the couple take the photographs, not as a sales push, as a neighbor grateful to have been part of the day. Hu Zhenyuan wrote this down. The narrator said, "You are now officially the internet marketing lead. Post landscape photos every few days. Chicken soup occasionally. Cultural content. Nothing desperate." Hu Zhenyuan stood and said, "I will not let you down." He left at a pace that suggested he had been waiting for this appointment since the bar. The company plan for the next phase was already drafted. Expand the team. Add photographers trained by Song Yue. Develop the Star Lake site ahead of the government timeline. There was a window. It would not stay open long. He picked up the file, added a note in the margin, and closed it. He was also a high school student. He had an exam coming. He needed to go back to being both things at once. Back in the classroom after the holiday, the narrator arrived at his seat to find Shen Youchu already there, pulling something from a drawer. She looked up and smiled. She said, "Long time no see." He sat down and said, "Long time no see." They had seen each other every day of the holiday. The phrase meant something else entirely. She held out a magazine, a literary journal, the latest issue, and said, "I have something for you." He reached into his bag and produced the same magazine. They looked at each other. He said, "I was going to give you mine." She said, "I see that." 2 identical magazines, neither of them yet opened. He opened it and found the right page quickly. He pointed, her short story, published, her name in print. She said, "It is not a big deal." He looked at the byline for a moment longer than was strictly necessary. He said, "Your signature will be in demand soon. You should develop a proper one." She looked at him. She said, "What is wrong with my current signature?" He said, "It is childish." She said, "Thank you." He laughed. She picked up a carbon pen and asked him to show her. He held her hand lightly and guided the stroke. She went very still. Duan Shu arrived with Liu Jiang, each carrying a copy of the same magazine. He saw the 2 of them at the desk, close, a pen moving between their hands, and felt the familiar shift in his chest that he had been refusing to name for months. He had been building up to something. He decided this was the moment. He announced it loudly enough for the class. Our class has produced a genuine writer. The class looked up. Duanshu said, "To express my congratulations, I bought 50 copies of this issue. Everyone gets one." He said it like a man who had considered this move carefully and still slightly overplayed it. Liu Jiang began distributing magazines. The class received them with genuine pleasure. Shen Youchu watched the distribution reach everyone except the narrator and Su Hongjie. Duanshu said, with the tone of someone who had done the math on this exclusion in advance, that he had miscounted. He did not seem particularly sorry. Su Hongjie said something unrepeatable and held out his hand anyway. The narrator shook his head. He said, "Duanshu, I heard there is a new amusement park opening across town. They are looking for performers with your particular gift for drama." Duanshu turned the magazine over in his hands. He found the story on the right page. He recognized the writing immediately. He had been paying enough attention to Shen Youchu to recognize her voice, even without a byline. He stood for a long time looking at the page. Then he understood what the narrator's magazine meant, and what Shen Youchu's single copy given specifically to one person meant, and how those two things compared. He picked up his bag and left the classroom without further comment. The narrator watched him go without cruelty. Shen Youchu had taken the narrator's copy of the magazine. She held it for a moment. Both copies, one from him, one from the class distribution. They were identical, but they were not the same. She placed the narrator's copy on Duanshu's desk when she passed it on her way out. She said plainly and without performance, "Thank you. But I do not need it. Please do not do unnecessary things." Her tone was quiet and final. She did not wait for a response. The narrator laughed when she came back to her seat. He said, "Cold goddess in her natural habitat." She said, "I am not cold." He said, "You're right. You are extremely warm to some people." She looked at him, faintly pink. He smiled and said nothing more. They opened their books. The afternoon moved. Outside the window, October rain had started. The beginning of a season that in Nanjiang lasted longer than the calendar suggested, grey and consistent, the kind that encouraged staying inside and studying. She pressed a notebook across to him without explanation. It was full of practice exam questions, organized by type, difficulty rated in the margin. He looked at it. He said, "You made this for me?" She said, "I had extra questions." He said, "Sure." He flipped to the first section. He said, "This is real." He put on a shared earbud. One side to him, one side available, and pressed it toward her. She took it. He started the music. Zhou Dong's voice came through both at once. Guo Ling appeared at the back door at the end of the period, as the music was finishing. He surveyed the classroom. He found the last row, found the two earphone wires leading to two people who were both technically still studying. He stood at the door for a moment, factoring in the results he had seen, the improvement curves, the general evidence that whatever was happening in the last row was not, in measurable terms, doing any harm. He decided not to decide anything. He stepped back from the door and let the class continue. The next monthly exam was 2 weeks away. For the first time, the narrator was not approaching it as a performance. He had a real score to build on, a notebook of practice questions beside him, a study plan he was actually following, and, for reasons he had not fully examined, a stronger than usual desire to show up for something. He looked at the rain outside. He looked at the exam schedule. He thought, "This one, I will actually try for." October deepened. The rain came daily now, soft and persistent, graying the schoolyard and making the old pear tree in the corner of the campus look like something from an ink painting. Shen Youchu handed over another notebook. Not practice questions this time, but the collected difficult question sets she had decided to give him. She said, "I kept thinking these were too hard, and you would not need them. Then your scores started moving." She said it in a way that was not quite a compliment, and not quite an observation. He worked through the questions. When he got bored, he plugged in his headphones and offered one side to her. She took it. Zhou Jielun. She said she could hear it clearly. He said, I saw his concert. She said, was it good? He said, it was. He said, listening to it now is different. She did not ask why. She thought she knew why. The song moved through both sets of ears simultaneously, the same sound, carrying different things for each of them. Guo Ling appeared again at the back door, saw the same scene, and left again without intervening. The exam period arrived. He sat it with more focus than he had brought to any test in a long time. The questions that had once been foreign were becoming familiar again, not because he was memorizing answers, but because the underlying structures were returning to him. The second day, the results were posted. He crossed the common room quickly and found the board. Shen Youchu had scored 702, her highest. She had broken into territory that placed her among the real contenders. He looked at her score for a moment. Then he found his own. He had moved from 237 to 558 in 1 month. 321 points. The class board showed individual subject rankings. English, his name again, at the top. The class gathered and pointed. Someone said, is that real? Another said, that is the same person who scored 237 last month. The teacher posted the full grade ranking. He placed 147th out of 523 students. He did the arithmetic himself. He had passed 376 people in a single sitting. He thought, not bad. He was not satisfied, but it was not bad. He had said something at the start of the year, a remark during a class exercise that had been taken more seriously than he intended. He had said something about not letting bad scores define a person's ceiling. The rumor version had him saying that everyone below a certain mark was intellectually compromised. That was not what he had said. But the misquote had spread. He was, improbably, being discussed in terms of inspiration. He did not know how to feel about this. Shen Youchu said, you are sneezing a lot today. He said, someone is probably talking about me. She handed him a card. He looked at the card. Practice exam, full set, marked and corrected, every wrong answer explained. He said, you did all of these for me? She said, the right questions are right. Then I highlighted the ones where your method was correct, but your arithmetic was off. Those are recoverable fast. He said, I am proud to know you. She did not answer that directly. She said, try the harder ones next. He asked, is there any chance I can catch you? She said, from 500 to 700 is harder than it looks. But possible. He sat up straight. He said, that is the goal then. He reached into his bag and took out a thick envelope. He set it on the desk carefully, angled away from her. She looked at the envelope. She looked at him. He said, don't look at it. She said, what is in it? He said, nothing. She said, it is clearly something. He said, it is a small thing. He said, it is for the uniform fund. The class had voted to pool money for sports day uniforms, and he had decided to cover the shortfall himself. He was trying to do this without making it into anything. He was not entirely succeeding. Guo Ling came in with Su Hongjie and Wang Xiaoyue. He announced a school sports and cultural event, a full Olympic-themed program, because the Beijing Olympics had just passed, and the school was not going to let the spirit go quietly. There would be an opening ceremony with class representatives, competitions, a class parade. He had bought gold, silver, and bronze medals. The class heard the word weekend and collectively revived. Su Hongjie stepped to the front and read from the official document with the gravity of someone who has been handed a microphone and intends to use it fully. The class wrote their votes for representative. He did not look at what Shen Youchu was writing. He looked at his own paper. He wrote her name. Then he folded it. Wang Xiaoyue collected the votes. Su Hongjie drew the first one. He read, Shen Youchu. Duan Shu said, loudly and without being asked, that he would represent her. Nobody responded to this. Su Hongjie kept drawing. The results accumulated on the blackboard. One name filled the column of marks completely. The class had voted unanimously, including herself. She had written her own name on the ballot, not from vanity, but because she was class representative, and this was the representative's job, and she treated her responsibilities precisely and without exception. She saw the result and looked quietly away. The narrator saw her see the result. He thought, she voted for herself because it was correct, not because she wanted it. He found this exact and characteristic, and for reasons he could not entirely explain, slightly wonderful. Guo Ling announced the pairings for the opening ceremony walk. He noted with apparent satisfaction that the two highest performing students in the class would represent together. He said he hoped the arrangement would motivate both of them. He left the classroom. Wang Xiaoyue immediately turned to the class to begin the uniform discussion. Su Hongjie's first suggestion was that the boys wear something impractical and the girls wear something he found aesthetically interesting. The boys agreed with him. The girls did not. The budget was 50 yuan per person. The options available at 50 yuan were limited. Jiang Lu suggested printed short sleeves. Duan Shu was asked, since his family had money, if he wanted to sponsor the difference. He went quiet. The narrator looked at the discussion and made a calculation. Then he took the thick envelope from his bag and put it on the desk. The class went silent. He said, "Use this for the uniforms. Get something worth wearing." Wang Xiaoyue looked at the envelope. She said, "This is 5 or 6,000 yuan. Are you sure?" He said yes. The boys erupted. Su Hongjie immediately organized a standing ovation. He said, "All boys, rise, bow to both sides." Most of the boys stood and bowed. The narrator told them to sit down. He said, "Do not thank me. This is Shen Youchu's. It is the money from the article she wrote for the company. She earned it." The boys turned and bowed to Shen Youchu. She looked at the narrator. He looked at his book. She could see the edge of a smile he was not showing the class. She sat very still for a moment. She thought, this is what he does. He moves things into position and then steps sideways and points somewhere else. She thought, he had been doing this for a while. She thought, she was going to have to get much better at catching it. The day of the event came clear after weeks of rain. The whole school assembled in the yard. A line of classes in their chosen uniforms, moving through the morning light toward the opening ceremony. The boys wore white shirts and small ties. The girls wore their JK uniforms, skirts, jackets, each one also carrying a single flower. The narrator had bought a slightly better version of the uniform than everyone else's. He had told himself this was for practical reasons. He had not examined this claim very closely. Shen Youchu stood beside him in the line. Grey open shirt, white undershirt, light blue jacket, a pink bow at the collar, black long dress, medium black shoes. The morning light was falling directly on her. He looked at her for a moment longer than a lineup required. She noticed him looking. She said, "Why are you staring at me?" She carried herself with quiet grace, and when their eyes met, color rose to her cheeks. She changed the subject. Sports day was near, and the final rounds for basketball and badminton were folded into the opening ceremony. He said he was tired. Su Gu hadn't trained him, so there was little reason to play. She nodded slowly, turning something over in her mind. Class 3 was announced. She stepped forward, flag in hand, and the procession began to move. Their class chant rang out, fierce and proud, turning every head in the crowd. Their homeroom teacher winced. She glared back, insisting she wasn't laughing. The flag bearer led them onto the main stage, and the moment, for him, was extraordinary. Whispers rippled through the stands. Who is she? Is she really from this school? The flag bearer is so lucky. As the column passed the bleachers, she glanced back at him, a look of quiet gratitude for the classmates walking beside them both. Another moment sealed in memory, and somewhere in his chest he felt exactly the same. After every class had filed onto the field, the official spoke for half an hour. Then the games began. He had only agreed to hold the basketball because Su Hongjie insisted. He stood at the sideline and waited. The women's 800 meters was about to start. She was running it. The starting positions were set. The gun was ready. She broke from the pack immediately, cutting to the front. Running was the one sport she truly loved, the one that let her escape the noise of the city, breathe, think. Over time, it had become a ritual. She had run 800 meters countless times. This race was no different in distance, but what she wanted from it was different. She ran to honor something private. The gap between her and second place widened. He watched from the stands, transfixed. He caught himself thinking, what if she stumbled? He would have to carry her to the infirmary, but she didn't stumble. She held her lead with absolute authority and crossed the finish line. He shouted her name from the bleachers. She turned, smiled, then kept her composure, too dignified for theatrics. She crossed to him, and he pressed a wet tissue to her face. "You're soaked," he said. "Have some water." She wiped her face and caught her breath. The gold medal, she said, was worth the effort. He opened a bottle of water and handed it over. "What I bought could be real gold," he joked. She took one sip and laughed. She wasn't being greedy, she said. She just wanted to do something that meant something. The students nearby watched the two of them, some envious, some simply surprised. There were rules against this sort of thing, but the school leaders were watching, so everyone stayed composed. The announcement echoed across the field. Third year, the women's 800 meters. First place, her name. The crowd gathered near the podium, not purely out of respect, but drawn by the quiet anticipation of something amusing. The MC tried to reach the director over the radio. Director Sun was expected to present the awards. But no one could find him. The athletes waited. The podium stood empty. He shook his head. "What a circus," he muttered. Then the girls from his class came running over, Wang Xiaoyue breathless, Zhang Lu right behind her. Wang Xiaoyue could barely contain herself. "The director," she gasped, "was trapped. Someone had jammed the bathroom door shut." He burst out laughing, and from around the corner of the school building came thumping. Director Sun Yaowu, red-faced and furious, had been blockaded in his own toilet. Someone had held the door from outside and run. Su Hongji's voice could be heard. Then laughter, the kind that doesn't stop even when it should. Su Hongji denied everything with magnificent confidence. Two lookouts had stationed themselves outside, scanning for teachers. It had been planned for weeks. Zhang Lu revealed they'd been plotting this for some time. All of them too clever, all of them too young to carry a straight face through the confession. He claimed he knew nothing. He didn't. But he suspected everything. She smiled and stepped forward. When she walked up to the podium, something shifted in her expression. A warmth, sudden and unguarded. He greeted the teacher first, shook hands with the other award recipients. She had not expected that. As he turned and extended his hand to the other girls, her smile faded just slightly. He reached her last. She accepted the handshake and bent forward in the faintest bow. He pressed the gold medals into her hands. "These are for you," he said, "but you owe me one in return." She agreed without hesitation. The deal was struck. Their homeroom teacher, watching from the audience, felt the ground shift beneath him. The top student and the rising one, already bound together. How had this happened so quickly? He couldn't say. By 2 in the afternoon, the senior men's basketball final was set to begin. Basketball was the most followed team sport in the school. The whole building hummed with it. 3 floors of students and teachers packed every viewable surface. The two teams walked onto the court and shook hands as a whistle called the game to order. Class 3's players wore the fire jersey, Su Hongji's personal obsession, the badge of his identity on the court. He had chosen it. He lived for it. He had skipped every prior round. The real reason was embarrassment. He hadn't trained, and Su Go had shut him out. But there was a promise now. She had set the terms, exchange gold medals. He had agreed, so he sat in the stands, beside her, watching. She leaned forward, arms around her knees, and looked at him. "Liang Jing, aren't you going up?" He wanted to, but Sugu hadn't left room for him. She tried to soften it. It's a little regrettable, she said gently. All they could do was hope the team would hold. Li Zongyan and Su Hongjie had history. They came from the same basketball club, went to the same school, but ended up in different classes. In middle school, Li Zongyan had always been Su Hongjie's shadow, his benchmark, his rival. In high school, the class divide had turned Su Hongjie into a secondary player. He had been sidelined, and it had never stopped burning. The scoreboard told a painful story. The gap was too large, too structural to overcome with desire alone. Class 3 was falling behind. Their homeroom teacher could only watch. She murmured something about silver medals being exchangeable. At the final buzzer of the third quarter, Li Zongyan found Su Hongjie and shook his hand, pointedly. Su Go walked off. Wang Xiaoyue ran to him with water. The class is counting on you, she said. He opened the bottle and stared at the floor. He blamed no one but himself. The team was behind. 13 points, 35 seconds. He knew the math was brutal, but he said it anyway. I want one more breath, not to prove anything to anyone, just to hold his own. He looked up, that's all. He wasn't asking for much, just one more chance. He stood. He would go in. Liu Ruyan could rest. Su Hongjie stared at him, measuring him. How long has it been? He shrugged. Don't worry, he said. I want to win this. He meant it. Behind him, she laughed. Quiet, just for herself. He glanced back and asked for a pen and a notebook. She didn't hesitate. Someone ran to fetch them. When the notebook arrived, he gathered the players and sketched out the play. Simple 5-block formation. Yang Ran holds the ball at the top. He runs the baseline. Su Gu seals the defender. The players listened, some of them looking as if he were solving equations at the board, but they listened. He drove to the basket full of intent. Yang Ran fed him the ball and he converted. Clean, controlled. He stared back at Li Zongyan. Li Zongyan didn't blink. He pressed again. Cross-court ball after ball, drawing the defense wide, then cutting through the gap. The crowd was on its feet. Every point landed like a declaration. Something was happening on that court, something that felt bigger than the score. The comeback was alive. Third quarter, Class 3 surged back. As he ran past her along the sideline, he caught her eye and grinned. She smiled back. The crowd noticed. Their homeroom teacher noticed. He had spent years watching young people, and he was certain now, with absolute conviction, these two were not just friends. But the question was, what to do with that certainty before the college entrance exams? One of them had improved by nearly 300 points. The other had held the top position. He had clearly been training harder. He had come to watch. The game rolled on. Su Hongjie claimed a defensive rebound and Class 3 launched once more. This time he didn't force. He reset. Yang ran again, left to right. Su Hongjie sealing Li Zongyan at the post. The ball came in clean. The play worked exactly as drawn. The simple system needed one strong anchor inside and one precise shooter at the perimeter. He had both, just barely. But Li Zongyan had been playing for 30 years. He recognized what was happening. He had once dominated players like this. Now the young ones were overtaking him. The gap on the scoreboard closed, point by point, and the final minutes descended into heat. Class 1's interior collapsed. He drew the defense and slipped the ball to Su Hongjie. Su Hongjie caught it, turned, and drove past Li Zongyan for the basket, triumphant, grinning, staring Li Zongyan down with the ball still in his hand. The score flipped. Class 3 had taken the lead. The entire student section erupted. Their teacher stood up. Someone somewhere played the anthem from Slam Dunk. The legend, it seemed, could not be broken. The final whistle blew. The stands shook. The celebration swallowed everyone. Teammates, classmates, anyone close enough to join. He had won, and she had won. He crossed to her on the field. I owe you a gold medal, he said. She smiled. Can you wait until the closing ceremony? Of course, he said. She poured water and hummed along to the song still playing over the speakers. He stood there, listening. Something about the melody moved him. It carried him back to a time when he had only hoped, when the dream of meeting someone like her was something he tucked quietly into the pages of whatever book he was reading. Now here he was. "Have you heard this song before?" he asked. She shook her head. He searched for it right there, on his phone. It was the theme from Slam Dunk. She listened for a moment, just a moment, and then she smiled, a little embarrassed, a little undone. The closing ceremony arrived. Director Sun and teacher Li Yi took the stage. He received his gold medal and lifted it toward her. She patted her hands together slowly, thumb raised, lips pressed into a quiet smile. She said nothing. She didn't need to. He read it clearly in her face. "Congratulations." Their teacher turned away, choosing not to see. "But can you two be a little less obvious?" Director Sun crossed to Su Hongji, shook his hand. "Good game," he said. "I hear you're Su Hongji." Su Hongji tensed, smiled, confirmed his name. Sun Yaowu looked him over. "Tall," he said. "Strong. Not many in this school who could match you." Su Hongji offered that he might be the tallest in the school. Sun Yaowu studied him. "This morning," he said, "someone played a prank on me. I didn't see them. Only heard a voice through the door. The voice came from above my head. That means a tall person, and strong enough to hold a door alone." He watched the color drain from Su Hongji's face. The old director was sharper than anyone had given him credit for. Su Hongji held his composure. He claimed he had no idea what the director meant. Sun Yaowu said nothing further, only, "Come to my office tomorrow." Then he left the stage. Su Hongji turned to him with wide eyes. Their teacher in the audience had already looked elsewhere. He could overlook this, but only barely. The director shook Su Hongji's hand warmly on stage, congratulating him again, while privately the trap had already been set. Su Hongji thanked him, voice steady, face composed. He was performing calm he did not feel. Sun Yaowu noted the height, noted the build, and connected every dot back to the bathroom door. He was astonished. The old man was built for administration, a natural detective hiding behind a lanyard and a schedule. Su Hongji stood his ground. "I don't follow," he said. Sun Yaowu's voice turned to ice. "My office. Tomorrow. We'll talk then." He stepped down from the stage. Su Hongji turned and found him immediately. "If I crack under pressure and everything comes out, what do I do?" Su Hongji's voice was low, urgent. He put a hand on his shoulder and sighed. "You're going to be fine," he said, "and I'll call you Godfather for the rest of my life if I have to." Su Hongji looked up at the sky. "That's enough for me," he said quietly. "That's a whole life right there." The speeches ran long, as they always did. But when the closing ceremony finally ended, Class 3 had made history. 3 team championships, 9 individual titles. Their teacher was so pleased he bought the entire class ice cream. A small, uncomplicated joy, cold and sweet in the afternoon sun. Back in the classroom, he walked up to Yang Ran with a bite of green tea popsicle still in his cheek. "Take me to your dorm," he said. "I need a shower." Yang Ran frowned. "Just go home." "Why my dorm?" He grinned. "Don't ask questions. You can spare a little shampoo." Yang Ran laughed. "Fine. Today you're the hero. I'll wash your hair and scrub your back if you want." He followed Yang Ran to the boys' dormitory. She had asked to meet him at the football stadium, alone. He could not show up smelling like a locker room. He showered, changed into the white shirt and slim trousers he had worn for the opening ceremony that morning and fixed his tie. He checked the mirror and adjusted his hair. Yang Ran raised an eyebrow. "You know, high school students aren't supposed to date." "That's what they tell me," he said. "But look at you. The perfect example of everything they warn against." He laughed and left without another word. "Thanks," he called behind him. The football stadium was quiet when he arrived. Evening was settling in. The day students had gone home. The boarding students were asleep in their rooms. The bleachers were empty. He leaned against the railing and let the cool autumn air move through him. 7 or 8 minutes passed, then footsteps on the staircase. He turned and laughed. She had put on makeup. She had changed into her ceremonial uniform. The makeup, however, was extraordinary, in the worst possible way. Bold red lips, unblended blush, mismatched eyeshadow. It was as if someone had attempted graffiti on a marble statue. She flushed. Is it that bad? He couldn't stop laughing. Did you do that yourself? No, she admitted. Wang Xiaoyue and Jiang Lu had done it. A ceremonial look, they said. You have remarkable courage, he told her, letting those two near your face. She pulled out the wet tissue from sports day and turned away from him. She wiped, carefully, methodically, again and again. When she turned back, is there still anything? She asked. He looked at her bare, clean face and nodded slowly. This, he said. This is how you should always look. She understood. She nodded once. Okay. He reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 gold medals. He studied them, then held out the one engraved, Senior Men's Basketball Champion. She accepted it. He took hers. The long-distance runner wore the basketball medal. The basketball champion wore the long-distance medal. Why did you think of this? He asked. I was afraid you wouldn't play, she said simply. So I needed something to make it worth your while. He clicked his tongue. She wasn't wrong. Without this, he probably wouldn't have stepped onto the court at all. A silence settled between them. Then she bit her lip, drew a breath, and spoke. This time we exchanged medals. Next time, I want to exchange something else. What? She asked. University applications. He frowned. How do you exchange those? You go to Peking University. I'll go to vocational school. She laughed quickly, correcting herself. No, she meant, after the Gaokao, they would each tell the other where they planned to apply. He asked the obvious question. Why do you want to know mine? She took a deep breath. Because she wanted to go to the same university as him. His recent actions hadn't gone unnoticed. Her sensitive heart had read every signal, every small gesture, every unspoken word. She was too careful to say it plainly, so she handed everything to the future instead. He smiled. This girl, he thought, she wasn't dancing far from the fire anymore. For someone as shy as she was, saying the same university was as close to a confession as anything could be. He leaned against the railing and watched the geese cross the sky. He said, All right, but let me be clear. You're the stronger student. I'll chase up toward you. You don't get to come down to meet me. She understood exactly what he meant. She worried she might score well enough and then purposely aim lower just to match him. I understand, she said. I'll tutor you properly, and I'll study hard. Teacher Shen, he called her, if the results still don't put us in the same place, can we at least be in the same city? Obviously, he said. She laughed, looking down. Then she raised her hand, her slender pinky finger curved toward him, small and deliberate. So let's pinky swear. He grinned, reached out his own little finger. She had sealed agreements before. Signatures, stamps, handprints, but never this. The evening light fell across the quiet campus, orange and long, stretching their 2 shadows thin. The shadows of their hands reached toward each other and intertwined. Somewhere across the football field, half hidden in the trees, a cluster of classmates were watching every second of it. Sugo, crouch down. I can't see. If I crouch any further, I'll be lying on the ground. That's your problem for being so tall. Zheng Yang had forgotten his glasses. Someone described it. They look like they're holding hands. That's it, someone else muttered. No kiss. Sugu, the organization needs you to go over there right now. On the far side of the stadium, tucked in the small grove of trees, the Class 3 gossip squad kept close surveillance on every movement in the bleachers. At 6 in the evening, she went home, heart full, face bright. She went to her room and lifted a glass jar down from the shelf. Inside, scraps of notebook paper, and half a jar of paper stars. She had started folding them long ago, a graduation gift she had planned for him, then abandoned after a setback. Now she could begin again. She took a long strip of folding paper and wrote a poem on the back, one of her own. Each star in the jar would hold a different poem. It was the best gift she could imagine giving. Write a poem, fold a star, write another, fold another. She opened her computer and searched for the Slam Dunk theme song, the one he had mentioned after the basketball game. There were many versions. She played the beginning of each one. When she found the one that had played on the court today, she pressed both hands to her cheeks and laughed helplessly, privately, to no one at all. The song was called, "I Want to Shout That I Love You." Meanwhile, the family of three sat around the dinner table. He kept drifting back, to her, to the small moments between them. Each time something sweet surfaced in his memory, he couldn't help smiling. His mother nudged his father. She leaned close and said, low and certain, "He's in love." In love? With who? As if you don't already know the answer. His mother nearly lost her composure entirely and burst out laughing. In her mind there was only one candidate. Brilliant, beautiful, quietly sweet. If that girl and her son were together, it would feel like winning the lottery. But she was sensible enough to hold the joy at arm's length. She neither opposed nor encouraged. What would determine her position in the end was one thing only: grades. She asked him how he'd done on the monthly exam. He came back to the table. She pressed further. "And what about the girl?" He spooned rice and answered casually, 702. His mother stared. That high? He set down his chopsticks, excused himself, and left for his room. His mother looked at her husband, still wearing the same stunned expression. 702. That number frightened her, not with dread, but with the specific anxiety of a parent watching two paths that might diverge. His father shook his head gently. "You're thinking too far ahead. They haven't even confirmed they're together. And even if they have, do you really think he can't close that gap?" His mother let out a slow breath and nodded. "You're right. Why am I already worrying like this? He's still in high school." His father smiled. "It's normal. She's exceptional. I'd be happy if something came of it too." In his room he sat at the desk and turned on his old desktop computer. Slow as it was. He opened his blog and found the company page for the travel photography studio, which his assistant managed daily. 3,000 followers, built largely on a single viral moment. The conversion rate was remarkable. Business had surged. His assistant was drowning in phone calls and online inquiries from morning to night. To ease the pressure, he had assigned 2 helpers and raised her salary to 4,500. But processing online orders manually, he knew, was not a sustainable system. He closed the company page and searched for another blog, a writer who went by the name Brilliant Evening Star. She had been serializing a semi-autobiographical coming-of-age novel there. He was on his second read-through now. The first time he had skimmed it carelessly, without attention. Back then, he hadn't connected himself to the male lead. Too many details were from decades ago, too blurred by time to feel personal. But reading it again, he placed himself inside the story. He wasn't just remembering, he was feeling 12 years of quiet devotion that had been aimed at him, invisible, patient, unspoken. It was a strange and humbling sensation, to move through your own ordinary youth and know, only now, that someone had been watching you the entire time, watching with care, and you had never known. Even now, with everything confirmed, it struck him as almost unbelievable. To be loved like that is a kind of luck. What he owed in return was only 3 words. Don't waste it. After finishing the latest chapter, he left a comment under a female username he used for this purpose. A small fan message. "Keep going, can't wait for what comes next." She replied almost immediately, "Thank you for the support." He sat back with a crooked smile. There was something deeply strange about being a fan of someone who loved you. Then a notification chimed. Su Hongjie had sent him a screenshot, his game character fully maxed out, wearing the best gear available. The message read, Lao Liang. Got there. Level cap. Graduated. He stared at it. Reaching that level in a 2008 dungeon game was genuinely difficult. Su Hongjie's technical skill was famously unreliable. There was only one explanation. He had bought a cheat program. He typed back, "Where'd you buy the cheat?" Su Hongjie's response was immediate. "How did you know?" He replied, "I guessed with my toes." Su Hongjie insisted the cheat was stable and well made. And then he mentioned the person who made it might actually be from their city. He sat up straight. He didn't know programming, but he understood enough to know that building a cheat program required sophisticated reverse engineering skills. Someone who could do this in 2008 was a rare technical mind. Siyakos, he typed back, "Are you sure they're local? If so, can you set up a meeting? In person?" The next evening, after night study, he and Su Hongjie waited at the old city gate. They had arranged to meet the seller, who called himself Astronaut, at this location. Astronaut had refused a face-to-face meeting at first, so he had invented a reason: no online banking, cash only. Astronaut, clearly short on money, had agreed. The two of them leaned against a wall and smoked while they waited. "Su-gu, Director Sun had you in his office today and didn't manage to catch you. How?" Su Hongjie laughed. He had walked in expecting an interrogation. Instead, Sun Yawu had asked whether he'd made an enemy recently, assuming the prank was someone framing him. Su Hongjie had nearly collapsed with relief. "Even the director has his off days," he said. Su Hongjie shook the ash from his cigarette. "So why did you want to meet this astronaut? You're not actually buying the cheat." "No," he said. "I want to build a website. I need to talk to this person first, see what they can do." Su Hongjie rubbed his chin. "A website can't be harder than a cheat program, right?" "The technical challenges are different," he said, "and it depends on whether he's willing. Cheat programs pay better. This person might not want a slower job." That's why he'd insisted on meeting in person. He needed to make his case face to face. Words chosen carefully could do what money alone could not. As they talked, a figure appeared across the street. Black hoodie, hat pulled low, surgical mask. Moving in short, suspicious bursts, looking left, looking right, like a spy who had never done this before. Su Hongjie squinted. "Is that the astronaut?" He nodded. "Has to be. Let's go." The two of them walked toward him. The hooded figure saw their school uniforms and ran. He shouted, "Su-gu! Go!" Su Hongjie broke into a sprint. 3 steps became 2, 2 became 1. The hooded figure was small. He had no chance against someone nearly 2 meters tall. Su Hongjie caught him in seconds. He grabbed the figure by the shoulder and spun him around, then stopped, pulled back the mask, and stared. He knew this face. He jogged up, and the mask came down completely. Ordinary features, black-rimmed glasses, a trace of stubble on the upper lip. Su Hongjie turned to him, incredulous. "You don't recognize him? He's the second-ranked student in the entire grade. Shu Jiang." The face clicked. He had seen it on the school bulletin board. Math and sciences, top marks both times. A natural sciences prodigy, wearing exactly the kind of face you'd expect. The nickname, Astronaut, suddenly made perfect sense. For Shu Jiang, standing there unmasked by 2 classmates, it was a catastrophically embarrassing moment. Minutes later, the 3 of them sat at a KFC that was still open. He had planned to use a bar for this conversation, but a classmate changed everything. This was more appropriate. He slid a burger meal in front of Shu Jiang. Shu Jiang ignored it. "You're here to buy the cheat, right? Just pay me and I'll send you the link." He shook his head. "No cheat. I want you to build a website." Shu Jiang went still, thinking. He shifted topics. "Did you write the cheat program yourself?" Shu Jiang said no. He had met developers online, he fixed bugs and solved technical problems, taught himself. He was impressed. Self-taught programming in high school, the kind that could handle reverse engineering, was rare even among adults. Whatever his face suggested, his mind was extraordinary. Su Hongjae, chewing a fry, leaned over. Your dad's a police officer, right? How are you out here selling cheat programs? Xu Jiang said nothing. His hands were pressed between his knees, fidgeting. He watched him. Anyone with Xu Jiang's intelligence would know selling cheat programs was illegal. Having a police officer for a father and doing it anyway meant only one thing. He desperately needed money. If that was true, this was solvable. He held up 3 fingers. 30,000, he said, for a website. Xu Jiang looked up immediately. What kind? What functions? Good question. That told him everything. He explained, a travel photography platform. 5 requirements, listing pages, online booking, bank payment integration, a community forum, and search engine optimization. Xu Jiang turned it over quietly. None of this was beyond him. The first 4 points could be built on a template. The 5th, SEO, was the only real challenge. But there was a significant advantage here. The term travel photography was essentially new. No competing websites existed. If this site launched first, anyone searching Baidu for those 2 words would find it at the top. SEO would practically handle itself. I can do it, Xu Jiang said. He frowned slightly. Domain registration, server rental, all of that requires upfront money. He smiled. If you're willing to start, I'll give you 10,000 upfront. Xu Jiang's lips moved. He nodded. Send me the deposit, and I'll begin tomorrow. He smiled and stood and extended his hand. It's settled then. Let's work well together. Xu Jiang rose and shook it. Su Hongjae sat back and watched it all with wide eyes. He marveled silently. The top student recruited as a companion. The second-ranked student recruited as a builder. If the principal ever found out, there would be consequences. What he didn't say, what Su Hongjae didn't know, was that he also planned to bring the top student herself onto the website. She had a role to play in this story too. One morning, he arrived at school carrying a potted plant, still budded, not yet bloomed. He moved the trash can from the corner to the hallway and set the plant in its place. Then he placed a small bottle of aromatherapy on the windowsill. She glanced at it and raised an eyebrow. Growing flowers, burning incense. Are you becoming a poet? He laughed. Not at all. I just got tired of sharing the room with a garbage bin. He sat down and looked at her. I have something to discuss with you. She blinked at him. Those bright eyes, full of patient attention. Go ahead. He spoke carefully. If everything goes to plan, the travel company will be launching a website soon, and I'd like you to be its culture director. He knew she wanted financial independence. He also knew she worried that earning money would pull her attention away from studying. So he had designed a role that would give her both. Culture director. What would I actually do? She asked. Simple, he said. The site will have a community section. Every so often you post something, a poem, a piece of writing, whatever feels right to you. She didn't hesitate. She nodded. Then he pointed at the plant. First assignment, give it a name. It'll be with us for months. She thought for a moment. Zhuohua. He looked blank. Which characters? She explained patiently. From the Book of Songs, the line describing peach blossoms at their most vivid, blazing like fire. A metaphor for a woman's beauty. Also, a symbol for love. He blinked. Dangerous thing, being friends with a literary person. You could be thoroughly insulted and never even know it. She laughed and looked down. Then read more, she said, and you'll stop worrying. With that, she pulled a thick stack of papers from her bag. Today's assignment, she announced, classical poetry comprehension exercises. He closed his eyes briefly, hoping this was a dream. She smiled. Go water the plant, don't let it die. The plant was a Cape jasmine, Blooms expected in June and July. In his imagination, when the flowers opened, other things would open too. Some things bloom on their own schedule. You just have to keep them watered. After that, time accelerated. The final 3 months of 2008 blurred past. A great deal happened, and none of it moved slowly. In mid-October, his father leased an entire floor of an office building. The travel photography studio entered a new era, from a scrappy team of 20 into a small company with nearly 100 employees. By year's end, annual revenue had crossed 3 million yuan. He couldn't help marveling. In an economy still surging upward, opportunity was everywhere. You just had to be willing to reach for it. Competitors appeared almost immediately. Within 3 months, travel photography studios had sprouted across the city like weeds after rain. Price wars followed. The market got loud. But he had anticipated this. The company held its position firmly in the premium segment, largely unaffected. The reasons were simple. First, brand recognition, earned early. Second, an exclusive partnership with a high-end bridal label, bringing in clients who wanted luxury at a reasonable price. Third, every photographer had trained under a professional mentor. Their technical quality was visibly superior. And fourth, they had been first to build an online presence, capturing the initial wave of internet traffic. In early December, to better handle the growing volume of digital bookings, the travel website went live. His long-term vision was ambitious, something between a booking platform and a creative community. But that was a story for later. Beyond the school walls, the business was thriving. Inside the school walls, life was equally full. In late October, their school's international partner, a high school from Alberta, Canada, sent a student exchange delegation. His spoken English was strong, and the English teacher recommended him as the group's interpreter. In the exchange forum that followed, both sides engaged on a wide range of topics. The delegation from their school held its own. On literature, she spoke with natural elegance. On technology and the internet, Xu Jiang was in his element. On everything else, their classmates stepped up. But near the end of the session, a foreign student raised a debate question. Was hosting the Olympics more of a benefit or a burden to the host economy? She cited Greece's debt spiral after 2004 as evidence. The topic was far beyond standard high school curriculum. None of the school's delegation could answer it. The district education officials sat in pained silence. The foreign student grew visibly confident. He raised his hand. As interpreter, he requested the floor. What followed was 7 or 8 minutes of sustained, focused argument, tracing the thread from the American subprime crisis to China's infrastructure investment cycle. By the end, she conceded gracefully. She said she had planned to apply to Harvard Business School the following year, but perhaps, she admitted, she still had things to learn. After that day, his name traveled well beyond the school gates. Even the City Education Bureau had heard about the student who had won a live debate on macroeconomics. Su Hongjie's summary was direct. National pride delivered. On the 11th of November, Singles Day, though not yet famous for shopping, Su Hongjie turned 18. He organized a KFC feast for the entire class, spending nearly 2,000 yuan. She looked surprised. He just turned 18. He's enormous. He's practically a grown man. He laughed. He acts like a big dog, but he's actually a younger brother. She tilted her head. You spent a lot. He shrugged. He likes fried chicken. And this also makes up for the KFC dinner I owe you from before. On Christmas Eve, he gave her an apple, a gesture he had never bothered with in previous years. She didn't particularly like apples. She ate it anyway, every last bite. And because she was confined by curfew, he changed the location of the fireworks. Wherever she could hear them from her window, she would know they were for her. They wished each other a happy new year across the distance. 2008 turned its last page. 2009 began. By the 24th of January, The school year was approaching its end. The final exams were over, but Class 3 continued supplementary lessons, even after the tests. It wasn't that Sugu had lost his edge. It was that watching his friend's scores climb steadily upward had started to rattle him, so the extra study sessions continued. That afternoon at the old campus, she worked through his exam papers one by one. Chinese composition, she said, still needs work, especially the essays. The ideas are interesting. The prose is too plain. Just say my writing is bad, he told her. It won't break me. She smiled. Not bad, just unrefined. The thinking is there. The language needs to grow to match it. She moved to the physics paper. Your electromagnetism is weak, she said. More practice on the single and double rod induction problems. He copied everything down in his notebook, every suggestion she gave. His scores had moved, 574, then 597, then 608. The rate of improvement was slowing. But improvement, however small, was still improvement. Her own situation was different. 3 exams, 3 scores nearly identical. She was not moving at all, and she knew it. After the review, he stretched and yawned dramatically. Thank you, Professor Shen, he said. She smiled back. Tired? Then rest. Let's play a game. She drew a tic-tac-toe board in his notebook. 2 lines across, 2 lines down. Go ahead, he said. You first. She placed a circle in the upper left corner. He placed his mark in the center. The rules of tic-tac-toe are simple. 3 in a row wins. But because it is simple, the first player, if they start in a corner, can never lose. The second player must be perfect just to draw. Both of them were smart. They played 6 rounds. No matter who went first, no matter who went second, every game ended in a draw. He laughed. We really are perfectly matched. The words carried a second meaning. She caught it and smiled back. There was never really any point in either of us trying to win, was there? Her words carried it too. She drew another board. 1 more round, she said. If I win, you have to do me a favor. He grinned. You could just ask. Why the theatrics? He played without mercy. Every move correct, every option taken. 9 squares filled, circles and crosses, neither reaching 3, another draw. She looked at the board and pouted. Then she picked up the pen and drew 1 more circle, outside the grid. With the 10th mark, 3 circles aligned. She looked up. I win. He stared. That is spectacularly audacious cheating. She tilted her head and looked at him evenly. Is it not allowed? He laughed and nodded again and again. It's completely allowed. It's absolutely allowed. Within the rules, they were equal. Outside the rules, both of them had granted the other the right to cheat. That was the privilege only 2 people who care for each other truly share. So what's the favor? He asked. She answered while still solving practice problems. New Year's Eve, her mother had a shift at the hospital. She wanted to cook the reunion dinner herself. Could he teach her? No problem, he said. I thought it would be something difficult. She smiled wide. Thank you. That evening, their homeroom teacher announced a 6-day spring break, starting soon, ending on the 5th day of the new year. Thin as it was, for the senior class, it felt like mercy. When the bell rang at the end of night study, Su Hongjie bounded to the back of the room. He had bought a box of firecrackers. New Year's Eve. Let's go blow things up by the moat. He shook his head. You're 18 now. Try to have some dignity. Su Hongjie looked mystified. This is tradition. We do this every year. I'm busy this year, he said. Doing what? Cooking New Year's dinner for my deskmate. Su Hongjie gave him a long, withering look. She's not even your wife yet, and it's already like this. I dread to imagine. He laughed, patted his shoulder. You'll have to find someone else. I can't keep you company forever. Su Hongjie muttered, turned and walked to the class president's desk. He knocked on it. Any plans New Year's Eve? She looked up, delighted. She said yes immediately. What are we doing? Su Hongji said. Fireworks. She pictured the romantic display he had set off at midnight, dazzling and beautiful. She said yes again, enthusiastically. Then Su Hongji grinned. You got a bicycle? We're riding out to the countryside to set off fireworks in the fields. Wang Xiaoyue's smile collapsed instantly. She stood, said nothing useful, and walked away. Su Hongjie scratched his head, genuinely puzzled. What's wrong with that? New Year's Eve arrived. Red lanterns hung along every street, bright as strings of sugar-coated hawthorns. Music drifted from every speaker. The city hummed. He stood outside the market gate in his thick winter coat, breath rising in white clouds that vanished into the cold morning air. Then a voice came from behind, light and bright and sudden. Hey! He turned. She was there, smiling, glowing, wrapped in a deep burgundy down coat with a red plaid scarf at her neck. She looked like a festival doll made real. Are you cold? He asked, and pressed a cup of hot soy milk into her hands before she could answer. Her breath rose in white puffs between them. She wrapped both hands around the cup. She shook her head slightly. A quiet smile at the corner of her lips. Not anymore, she said. He reached out for the menu she had prepared, the list of dishes she wanted to make for tonight's dinner. He scanned it. Squirrel-style mandarin fish, braised lion's head meatballs, stir-fried shrimp, saltwater chicken, cold jellyfish. He raised an eyebrow. These aren't local dishes. She nodded. Her mother's hometown specialties. He thought for a moment. The jellyfish, he said, probably won't be available here. Any substitution? She paused, a flicker of regret. Century egg salad, then. He suggested an alternative dish her mother might have mentioned, a regional preparation he recognized. She lit up. She'd heard of it. So her mother was from there, he said quietly. He smiled and said nothing more. Then he fell in beside her, and they walked into the market together, the whole vivid world of it unfolding around them. Steam billowed from the dumpling stall. Produce was stacked in rows, bright greens, deep reds, the orange of winter squash. Vendors called out. Customers pushed back. They moved through the crowd and stopped at the fish stall. The vendor, aproned, cigarette between his lips, walked over cheerfully. He asked for fresh salmon. The vendor gestured to a tank along the floor. Came in this morning, he said. Still alive. He nodded. One small one, about half a kilo. Before the net hit the water, she asked the price. The vendor pulled the cigarette from his lip. Standard market rate today, 1980 per gin. She smiled carefully. Any chance of a small discount? The vendor shook his head. New Year's Eve, he explained. Margins are already thin. 1950, absolute floor. 19, she said. The vendor sighed. Fine, opening sale. Good luck to everyone. She thanked him warmly. Happy New Year. He thanked her back. He stood to the side, watching her bargain, that focused, earnest expression she wore when she cared about something. He had stopped haggling years ago. It felt like wasted effort, but watching her do it was different. There was something in the small, careful attention she gave to everyday life, something he hadn't expected to find beautiful.